Hello, welcome. Hey there, Kim Stockholm. Nice seeing you around. Now let's get this party started. Hope you're doing well. You're having a pleasant morning, evening, and to your, I guess we're way home soon, if I remember correctly. But let's see here. We switch here and we do this one. Switch here. I'm gonna do a quick test or something, by the way. No? Okay, good. I tried that yesterday and it didn't really want to work. Right, different scene. Well, need some work. So, let's see here. I think yesterday we have a weekend drag and weekend drop. And if we effectively achieved that one, is it the best possible solution? Probably not. But we have it. And so today, we're gonna come up with something else. Let's see here. Goal 3, 2, 26. So we start with the goal for today. So we could click, we could drag. Now we need to make those nodes contain runes. So do put runes into nodes and make better rune container for node question mark and get that logic to flow, because that's the idea, right? We wanted to click and drag so we can, because I wanted to make one. It's not very good right now, the click and drag. I mean, it works, but I feel itchy thinking about it. I'm thinking like, there's so many, like, it's janky, it's shaky, it's a very stable structure. But at the same time, I'm not sure how to make it much better. Hello there, Lord Noctum. What's good in the Hoods? Well, I got some coffee, so that's nice. How about you, Lord Noctum? Hope you're doing well. Right, and I should probably pin the message. So we gotta do a little bit of a game of the default. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 5 games. So what are we looking at today? I have this list that I've been using for this week. We have March Special Logistics, Void Stranger, Factorio, Stationeers, Door Fortress, Working Resources, and possibly some vintage story. Been sailing in following seas, relaxing. Ooh, now that sounds nice. A nice little relaxing time. So, wait. Anyway, it was too close. Most of the things I own is black, so black on black, and then a black pen, and it's just right there, but I can't see it. Yeah, it needs a lot of work, but looks good. It has nice sailing physics. Ooh, sailing physics. Are we looking at someone who can do maybe challenge the great sailing champ known as Valheim? Just got off work, can't wait to get home to a bed. That sounds amazing, Kim Stockholm. I hope the road home to that sweet bed embrace of the bed goes well. No hard obstructions. And when you eventually get there, yes, I hope that sweet embrace of that bed keeps you nice and warm and cuddly and helps you sleep so well. But until then, I hope I can also keep you some company. Now, dear guys, how do you people feel about this one? I'm gonna do a little for like the game of the day thing. We would have like yesterday. We'll have let's do Mars FL. Mars first logistics. Void Stranger. We did start a Factorio run, so I guess that'll have to stay on the list now. Similar vein, Stationeers. And then the fifth one. Let's put in DF. Door Fortress. There you go. That seems like an acceptable list, right? Unless you have some comments. Because the other options still would be then workers and resources. What's WNR Soviets? We have always vintage story. We could the hardcore mode. I mean, that's the latest run we started. That was kind of like just dead in its infancy. Not doing too well, but we've reached winter, but we don't actually have anyone living in our societies yet. So I was considering if we do another workings and resources one, that would be I'd probably just have to reset the map because I now sort of I realize some mistakes I made. Yes. Especially because right before we ended, before stream ended, we were doing the hardcore run, I upgraded all of my roads at once. From mud roads to gravel roads, which means we had 0 roads. I didn't realize it would do that. But it felt so stupid. But now, no, like, okay, so we're gonna have to build things in doubles and have double roads, and then if we want to upgrade from mud to gravel, well, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. We have to make sure we have everything on one end, then build roads heading out from there, then build storage on the other end, and then build back from there. Yeah. I like these tunes. But okay. Oh, Lord Octomated mentioned the WH, so we'll put that one in instead of, I guess, Mars FL, because we did that yesterday. So yeah, that could be a ongoing trend. So we'll have a list of like 6 games, and whatever we play the day before will be off the list for that day. There we go. And then during the weekend or in the upcoming days, I'm gonna have to then figure out how do I put a larger voting system up on the Discord so people can vote there as well. But for now a list of games that I have like an ongoing run in, and they'll be on the list here. Okay, so now let's put this in an actual chat message so I can pin it in the chat. Sorry, YouTube. I don't know how to do these things on the YouTube side. Will be What stranger? Factorio. Damn. I'm liking these tunes. Oh, I wrote the installation HDY, so no wonder it's not working. Call it down from Soviet hardcore, followed by one, two, three. 1, 2. There you go. Then I can pin that one. Manually unpinned or End of stream. There you go. From the depths, the survival mode is fun and it's multiplayer. Oh, I checked it out, like some videos on YouTube. I looked it out on Steam, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that looks amazing. I like exactly my kind of nerdy shit, which is why it has to like be on the list. Like I have to put it away. I'm like, no, that might consume me. So I'm gonna finish some games first before I'm allowed to add that to the list. And fair, yeah, exactly, because it looks like the kind of shit like I would love to do. Like, oh god, it's the building and the coding and the same thing. Amazing. I want to automate my murder boats. How did we? Oh, right. Good old Control Z all the way. We don't need to have these things here anymore. They're in the chat list. There we go. So these are, get that logic to flow is the main goal today, but to do that we'll have to look at the rune containers in the nodes themselves currently, because right now my placeholder was just the item container, and I'm realizing that might not work, but if it does work, then we can just focus on getting that logic to flow. Can't afford another rabbit hole. That is very true. I mean, not just yet, because I don't like abandoning those rabbit holes, because that is what happens when there's too many games. Like, I haven't even gotten the rockets yet in Stationeers or anything. And there's so many planets to discover. Oh, Factorio is going well as well. I mean, there's too many games. Yeah, that is looking A-okay. Now, if we go into circle menu, press F6, what did we actually get done yesterday? Factorio is great with friends. I never tried it multiplayer, but I did get an invitation from the Twitching to try out a Factorio multiplayer run, which could be super fun to try out. Now here's a question. Should we... Because right now these are the same containers as here. They're just detecting what they're what they're here for. They're empty, so they're not reacting to a mouse. I'm mousing over it, put in that air. And okay, so now isn't reacting. Our test inserts are now all working correctly as well. You see that wouldn't do fuck all. Okay, that is actually doing it wrong, but it's working, but not in the way it should. It's working because we're not actually removing things from the inventory. We're just overwriting whatever is in here. Because what we should be doing is when we pick something up and we drag, this thing should be graying out instead of remaining highlighted, and when we placed it, it would remove it from this inventory. And then if something in here gets replaced, then it should go back here. Right, that's why we wanted the central inventory system, so that in case anything becomes orphaned, it can always default to whichever is the default inventory or that kind of thing if we have that visible kind of thing. Like, what happened there? Oh well. But yeah, we would want them to be... So a central inventory that has a list of things the player actually has. The player's like inventory. These are our runes. Or items. And each of those should then have its own reference to where they are. So that if we have X runes, we know that, okay, these are marked as being contained by this circle. The circle is an object and so on. Right. Yeah, Factorio with friends. That could be a fun thing to try out though, yeah. I need to plan something out with torque. And the thing is, because technically we could let the shit. Because right now the item containers is filled from our like general any and all resources. Marking them as being dragged by getting the gray out shouldn't be too difficult because we have a state for that, if I remember correctly, with the item container here. No. The item manager, default, dragged, highlighted, drag window, empty, empty, highlight. So drag node state becomes dragged. There we go. So we can look at the item container. We look at check state. If dragged, we'll make that a pass for now. We'll have var self dot. No, wait, this is self underscore. No, modulate self. Or self modulate has the value color dim gray. And these shouldn't be elif. These are just if. So these get always checked. If it's dragged is one thing. If it is not dragged, then it's modulated into white. Change from self-modulate to modulate, so now it should be also its children, so now it should be, yeah, see. Not exactly what I hoped for, but it is good enough. So now this the general highlight, then we'll have a mode for is being dragged or not dragged. Perfect. Oh, right, so if we drag and we drop it, but it's on anything, then you get a null. Fantastic. And then we had some to-dos that I actually know what I'm supposed to do, but right now, because something might go wrong, so we're gonna leave those prints in there for now. What with these hashtag to-dos, so we can just use search in all files, look for to-dos at a later point in time when we need to remove all that shit. Wrist guard goes back. Ooh, one today after the stream, I need to go to the store. I have received packages. I get out. Finally, my new keyboard has arrived. Hopefully, everything goes well. So annoying to whenever I press my control button and it wobbles because it's not actually properly attached to anything. It's kind of there with just hope, mostly. Okay, so we wanted that to work. Now the circle node. We have the circle node UI and a colored rectangle. And currently when it pops into existence, it adds the child of an item container to contain the thing. Ah, you see. And it does, in fact, contain the actual node information that's contained. Rune is a rune base. Okay, so now we need to check that shit somehow. Is it a valid target? Button nuggets. Right now we don't care. Where do we? Well, first of all, we do close all. And we'll look at this one again. Now the circle node UI element has a reference to the actual circle node, and it is based on that reference with its positioning, and it's linked to the lines in between. The circle node contains an item container. The item container controlled by our friend the item manager which are states default dragged, highlighted, drag window, empty, highlight. Should this be controlled by a separate variable? The highlighting. I mean, I guess we could add that kind of shit at some point. But again, that's why we have to do more animation stage, I think. Because right now what we do want is just to get the freaking logic to follow. So what do you like? Should we add one more state? Which is like pure container. Now, you need the other stage for the highlighting and so on. Right, okay. So we're gonna have to add then at some point when we have more things, when we do circles and things, we might have more containers, more things they might contain. That is, I guess, when we'll have to have a closer look at trying to figure out how do we identify what it is and isn't allowed to contain. So we'll have I think the easiest word there would be, of course, also another enum. So we know that, okay, this is built to contain an item, a rune, a circle. So right now we can just make you have just any old rune that is a rune base. We do want to then detect what kind of rune specifically. Okay. Alright. We're gonna jump back here actually. And I realize. So we'll leave those open for now. So put the runes into nodes. Okay. So before we start getting carried away with that one, let's do at least one task done. So our item container now has the contained item is resource. Set new rune resource. Inside process, if var item container of type making node there we go. When it's ready, item container takes the value of one of these scenes and we add it as a child. So now we have reference to item container. So if item underscore item container dot resource equals rune base, then set new rune is called with that one. There we go. And we could call it probably from the other ways, but we should have think about the flow of logic here. So when we put in a new rune, this one is just looking at is there a rune in the container. The container doesn't care. The container is simply supposed to contain things and then be able to deal with that stuff. So we can have maybe a separate kind of like function to deal with, like, you know, is what kind of rune? Is it a rune? Get resource. Right now we're calling it directly, and this is kind of stuff I usually don't like, but for our current testing things should work. And of course we should not be doing it inside process either. In fact, we'll do here func as rune bool if contained rune return true, return false. So yeah, and circle node dot has rune equals false, then set new rune set new rune should be in here, which we don't actually have, so good thing looking at it. So set new rune, melf type, rune base, and outputs. Well, for now it'll output nothing, but we can probably do a little check there. So if it outputs a boolean, we'll see like, was the application of the new rune successful, yes or no? So that when that thing can always attempt to put in a rune. So there we go. Contained rune has the value of new rune. Fantastic. And func clear rune also we'll do a void where contained rune has the value of no. What if we make your default value null as well here? Save those. Set new rune, call set new rune. Perfect. Amazing. If item contain a resource equals rune base answer equal node has a rune, then equal does not have a rune, then then do the thing. Now I'm expecting this to make shit explode, to be honest. There you go. Anyone has access to property or key resource and a base object of type panel container item container UI.gd. Well, and it's a relatively simple scene. So we might also make that procedurally generated. Yes. Or then its own code has a link to its own scene. Would that work, actually? So if we have any new one, maybe do .new, and then it instantiates itself. Yeah, that might work, actually. Okay. Well, that was the actual problem, though. Okay. Motherfucker did not explode. R100, air, and bolt. In theory, this shit should kind of work. Now, then we can look at remotes. The circle node container, circle node, contain root null. Of course. Or not. So when we give you a Insert item. Okay. So, try it again. See what happened there, actually. We go to remote. There we go. Actual game scene. There. Now, they all contain something, in theory. Circle node itself. Item container. Contained item is a type ruin power source. And we go back. Then we have the circle node itself, which doesn't contain a rune. Hey there, Aurelia. My obligatory method for looking before I forget to say something at all. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. It's always nice when people come and say hi. Yeah, put this to the side here somewhere. We'll get to you in just a sec, Mr. Droy panel. First, we gotta figure out. Okay, no, we can just put it away properly. Ooh. There we go. I'm so bad with silently lurking Mala. It's okay. I do a lot of silent lurking myself. Then I realize, like, oh shit, I forgot to say hi. I still like raiding out and quickly like, hello, I've been here. Trust me, bro. For reals. Or then I just forget to say anything and go to bed. Ooh. Let's get those drinks in. Now the thing is, the contained rune remains null, but the circle node has one constant is... Oh, right. Yeah, the constant is for the actual ID thing here. I think we're going to have to change that one. Remove it from the node having access to this one. An item container could probably be a constant held inside item manager. So even though it doesn't... Again, it spawns no scenes, doesn't deal with those. But it holds that information. I swear, I really have been here. I promise. I know, right? That's exactly how it feels. Like, oh no, I've been here. Trust me, bro. I've been here. Friend. I support. I want to help. I enjoy the show. Even if I join it in silence. Friend. I'm not gonna stop you. Same with being here. Oh, 25 stream streak. Thank you, Discount. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. I have appreciated it. It's especially fun because I notice you're streaming sometimes. And then I ask like a general question and then you answer it in my chat. I'm like, oh man, Discount. He's one of those proper multi-stream drifter types like freaking Claiborne, who can be in like 3 different stream chats and stream at the same time and have people he's playing with. You know, it's insane. I don't have that kind of... I'm scattered my mind is scattered in a slightly different way. It really blows my mind. I know, right? Clay has magical powers. Now, what the friggity frack was it doing? We're looking at the script and we're trying to figure out now, can we put the node in the rune node container? Because the item container, because it was slightly confusing looking at that thing. So if we look at the circle node, for example, this one. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about being off flaming lately, but it's, you know, it's winter. It is the season. When I'm streaming, I'll still have people tagged, but they aren't making noise. Otherwise, I'll not be able to focus on my own stream at all. Yeah, same here. Plus, I'm playing music from a web source on a actual browser on the side. So, yeah, I do have multiple people tabbed open right now. They're all, you know, silence this tab. You gotta support the homies, as they say. But then we have Clay, who has them actively on and listening paying attention to what's happening in this multiple chat. That is how he does his secret, strained psychic powers when he predicts a raid, because he's in the chat and he hears them talking like, oh, we're gonna raid Claiborne, and I'm like, oh, I suspect something. Man, but I guess if I downloaded some of this more of these chill hop playlists onto my actual computer and played them from my Windows Media Player, then I could also do the same thing. But right now I need the web source to not be silenced because we're playing music from there. Otherwise, if anyone is interested, you see, I'm doing my best here to have multiple, because I'm using the Wavelink, because I'm using Elgato tools. So we have browser here playing the music. Then we have game, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. System, which I've been trying to make sure it remains separate, so that I hear tunes from all the Windows noises comes to me, but not to you. But I had to. I see it. There we go. Now it's muted for you guys. And yeah, StreamerBot is muted for you because I'm using it to play sound files whenever something happens in chat. Then we have music here, which is currently has just Media Player, which isn't on currently. Then we have OBS stuff. SpeakerBot needs to be audible for everyone, and Discord for the voice chat, so I can turn it off. So then I'm the only one who hears the voice chat or not, and so on. And the only one who has any filters right now is my personal audio to try to clean it up a little bit. I'm not hearing this because I'm hearing it directly from the mic itself, so it doesn't go through the software. But it's annoying, but sometimes then the system starts putting its system sounds through here instead, and then sometimes games won't just refuse to go through here, even though I add them to the list. And then it says like, no, we're gonna play it through here. Then I added the aux2, I suddenly jump from here to there. God damn you, software. Sometimes they won't work, sometimes they don't. But it's very handy being able to then control what I hear and what you hear, because there's no point for you guys to get audio cues for when something happens in chat. Makes much more sense for me to get those. Because for the large part of last year, I was actually, you guys were getting those audio cues as well, until I figured out I can turn it off for you guys. I got there in the end. I know it's so crazy, lol, but hilarious to see. I can have them all on and everyone talking when I'm not streaming, but it's too much when I'm trying to also stream. Oh yes, I feel I'm the same. I usually have multiple streams open when I'm paying attention to streams. Everyone's talking over each other. The missus gets insane. She gets she doesn't understand the ADHD mind. She's learning to. We've been together for over 10 years. But even now, every now and then, she gets frustrated. How can you pay attention to this? I'm like, but this is how I am, This is how my brain works. If this makes sense to me, even if it doesn't to you. And tech is supposed to be smart, but sometimes it's so broken. I know, right? It is relatively smart, but the problem is technology always does exactly what you ask it to. So it's kind of not the machine's fault. It is it's like a cogs on a machine. They can only spin. What that leads to is up to you. And I don't know, it's mildly amusing when a USB sound plays and half a chat checks their plugged in devices. Oh, that is very true. I find that happens a lot with, I love Killadex streams, and he goes to have a break, and you can hear when he's using his wireless headphones, because they turn off when he goes to get coffee. That's amazing. And right, it just matches all the shit that's going on through my head already. Yeah. It's one of those ADHD things. Because it's fun to think about it. When growing up, it was seen more of a mental thing. And now, as an adult, and I have got my diagnosis post 30 and everything. Hey there, puppy. Nice seeing you around, and I hope your work alert goes well. I hope the meetings, if there are any, won't waste too much time. And someone had a Discord ping redeem, and it literally made me check my Discord every time. Oh yeah, some of those, we can get those on the whole audio services thing. I need to add more redeems, but I just don't know what to do, because every now and then I get excited and I go check out. I'm using whatever service I'm using, and then I'm overwhelmed. There's too many options, which means I can't choose. Very tricky. Yeah, those Discord ping redeems are funny. Right. Yeah, I was saying wait, I was saying something, and then I got distracted again. Yeah, well, the ADHD thing, because it was funny because it was seen and still is seen by many as to be more of a mental thing, like more comparable to say, like depression, which then also long-term depression does become more of a mechanical one. But ADHD is it's a mechanical thing. It is just you're literally built different in the brain because it makes sense. Because human beings are animals, pack animals, and even in other, we can see it in any and all pack animals, from dolphins to dogs to wherever. There are certain archetypes that will arise within a large enough group because the whole nature versus nurture. We're genetically built to be an effective pack, and within that pack, the ADHD brain structure is very, very useful because we're really good at reacting to things and paying attention to multiple things. So they're good at being, what's the word? Scouts? Guards? That kind of thing. Because they will hyper react to changes in patterns, recognize changes in patterns. That's why many ADHD people can have learning difficulties, but also have really high IQ, because the IQ is measured by just essentially your block logic, your pattern recognition. A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. Learning difficulties are just like, well, it can be then tricky talking to people because your mind works differently. So conveying concepts can be a challenge. But IQ is just concept-free logic, block logic. Because it's important to have someone who will be always just looking around and recognize, see the tiger in the grass kind of situation. Recognize, wait, what? That's a camouflage monster. Let everyone know that's a problem there. This, of course, then leads to other things like innovation and more likely to try out crazy shit, probably get themselves killed. But hey, that helps the community because now everyone knows, well, those berries are poisonous. Let's not eat those. Just like, poor little Jerry here. And I'm so hesitant to add audio redeems myself, just because I will often get overstimulated by sudden loud noises. Yeah. I should still have the bear there. I'm not sure. I think they changed the thing. But it is a fascinating, but I found that it's fun. The overstimulation isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially when streaming, because it's like, you're having a group conversation, someone goes like, boo, like, and then laughing ensues. It feels more organic than I was first afraid it would be. And, it's fun for everyone. And ADHD is so interesting if you look into the history of it like that. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a genetic like brain structural difference. Like people keep on thinking like, oh no, you have this like disability. It's like, no, I'm hyper specialized for a different role than you, which is the whole neurodivergent discussion nowadays is really fascinating. And I feel that it is still not discussed enough about the fact that the sort of the implied neuronormalcy most likely doesn't really exist. I feel like there's other like brain structures we really haven't identified yet or haven't classified as such. One of them would be psychopathy. Some people are more lacking in, like that would of course be obviously a spectrum. Some people are more empathic than others. Then there's the extremes, just like with autism, like mild autism, and then there's like when it goes a bit too far. Same with ADHD. It can be debilitatingly if you go too far into the spectrum, which is with anything really, because that's the magic of genetics. You roll the dice, and sometimes your mutation is very beneficial, sometimes it's not, and well, the strong survive and breed further. That's how the life works on Earth. And I feel like psychopathy leads you to be able to fulfill a certain role in a group when you're less inclined to care about what other people personally want, which means you can make certain kinds of decisions better, which again, would you fill a role within a sort of preordained role within the human pack order kind of thing. Just like, and then heightened empathy will also make a very important part of a group. And like, even there, if you go too far, then you become emotionally unstable, which also can be problematic. It's very interesting, the whole brain structures and nature versus nurture, and how it really hasn't been explored enough, because right now, everything that doesn't fit in what the sort of Industrial Revolution, which is still relatively new in world history, and what it needs from people is being called, or has been called, a sort of a disability, or it should just be, alternate ability. I think a lot of people will in the future have an easier path through life if the whole neural sort of archetypes are mapped better, because then we can know what to expect from these people. They will know what to expect from themselves, and will then be able to, align to reality and society a bit better. Because a lot of my problems came from not knowing that I had ADHD and thinking there's just something wrong with me because I can't do some things that are easy for others. And also wondering what the fuck wrong with people because they can't do stuff that's very easy for me. And now I realize, oh right, okay, so I'm just built different. It's like being left-handed, it's just a thing. Brains, you were born that way. Then we can think, oh, well, what triggers? Why are people more like this or more like that? And we're like, well, that would be the magic of epigenetics and adaptation to society around you. Yay. And Aurelia is saying, noise regimes are something I'll probably look out more into when/if I start streaming on a more scheduled routine. Right now, I'm just working on getting my real life together. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There's no rush, really. Unless you have a deadline. But if you're doing it for your own pleasure, having fun with it, yeah, no rush. And I can agree with that. I do feel like ADHD in and of itself is still pretty new. There's still so much that is being discovered. Yes, exactly. And then the whole ADHD and the overlap with autism and ADHD is fascinating because they're not always sort of equally overlap. So we know for a fact they're not the same thing. You can be like heavily ADHD and have very low autism symptoms, and you can be very like low on the ADHD kind of thing. But then, okay, well, usually I guess if you're high in the autism, you have so many of those symptoms would actually overlap with ADHD, but it's not sure if they're caused by the same thing. But usually there's some kind of, so it's not one of those single-dimensional XY axes. It's more like a Y shape, Up to a certain point, they will overlap almost always, and then they start diverging, kind of thing. Well, multi-dimensional axes, well, turns out reality is a bit more messy than your simple pie charts and simple axes. It is super fascinating, and I'm really happy that research into all of that is ongoing. Now, we were trying to make something here. Right, we're trying to figure out why the runes in the circle nodes aren't getting the resource from the rune base. Well, I love that basically every time I come here, we get into fairly deep conversations. Make my brain happy. Well, I'm glad you feel like that, Aurelia. Makes my brain happy too. I like exploring reality. That's why I like code. I like crafting. I like making things. I like understanding things. I like coding because it is instant feedback, mechanical engineering, effectively. Like, I like building things. I like doing the math in school. School was problematic because, you have your test, you hand them in, and eventually you get answers. Were you correct or not? In coding, instant feedback. Does this work? Yes, no. You instantly know. That's why I like blacksmithing and, making things with your hand. You can see, does it work? No, it doesn't. Do it different. Or yes. Instant feedback is so important. Yeah. And we're learning that now. It's one of those things that in hindsight seems obvious, but it's also very understandable why it took a long time to get there, because checking your answers takes time. And that is just a fact of life. Always has. It's only thanks to modern machines that we can get instant feedback the way we are, which is fantastic. With intellectual pursuits like mathematics, coding, questions, and so on. The ethereal. Within the realm of, in the dimension of information, it always takes time to get answers because you have to cross-reference and check, is your answer the correct one or close enough? Whereas within the physical dimension, it's obvious. Does it bend? Yes, no. Does it blend? Yes, no. You can just, you do the experiment and then you have a result. I'm impatient as fuck. Yeah. Common problem, I'm afraid. And that way, I'm very happy that there are more computers involved in education now. The instant feedback is probably helping a lot of people. But I've said it before, but I do like the suggestions that have been floating around in the world a little bit, that schools should go back to pen and paper for educational purposes, because one, it would cut down on the whole use of AI for cheating, which is a problem because AI as a learning tool is amazing, the LLMs, especially in school, because then you'll have to learn to not trust it completely, and then, but also because it robs you of learning if you just cheat. So that's why pen and paper is better, because then you can't use that one directly. Because even if you are then copying the answers, hopefully at least, you will have to process that information. Like I've said, having multiple overlaying memories of an action increases your chance of remembering it. Like, so, if you type down something you need to remember, you might remember it slightly better because now you have memory of typing it. But by physically writing it, because now there's a whole proprioceptive memory of actually writing it and then translating. So there's the feeling of the pen and the paper and the smell and all that. So now multiple overlaid sensory the memories of what just happened and why. So you're even more likely to remember what you're writing down. Random thoughts. I know Hanno gets carried away again. And yeah, I do not mind. I do, I welcome the distractions. If there was a more serious deadline, don't worry, I'll let you know. I'm always up for random deep talks or deep-ish talks or just talks in general. Ooh. Now our set new rune might not be triggering, so we actually have to do some print statements. First we do print here of attempt new rune insertion. No. Detected valid new rune target. That's what happens here. And inside set new rune is where we would have another print statement that says attempting rune insertion. So now we have two spots. I want to see, will they do anything? So if we do that, Yep, nothing's happening. Interesting. So we're going to remove this and here. Turn that into an if. Add another print here. Detected valid rune to insert instead the insert. There you go. Wham! Okay, so that's the one at least that is failing. Yeah, they're gonna say. Hope we're doing well. It's going pretty well, actually. Had a lovely talk with Aurelia and this discount here about the whole... well, anyone who was involved. About ADHD, neurodivergence, and some people superpowers in having listening to multiple streams while streaming and then interacting with everything. Madness. And I gotta say, that TTS nailed your message. Attempting ruin. Please wait. I like that one. What about you, Gantag? Hope you're doing well. So right now we're gonna see if I can detect which one of these, or if all of these triggers. Alright, well, yeah. Well, that one just spammed the shit out of that one, so I guess that one works. So if circle rune equals false, There we go. So now it is this one. If item container rune item equals rune base, I can listen to 2 or 3 streams, but not much else while I'm doing that. Doing well. Glad to hear. And a freaking 5 stream streak again. Nice. Yeah, I can usually have, depending on how active they are, but like 4 or 5 streams, I guess. Yeah, between 2 and 5 streams active. If they're all very, very, very verbal, then we'll have to cut that down. But yeah, but then there's people like Claiborne who has like multiple streams open. He's lurking, he's listening, he's sometimes answering their chats, and he's playing his game, and he's multiplayer, and he's talking with those people as well. It's absolutely wild. Freaking Superman. Similar to Discount Engineer, because I've noticed sometimes he as well, I have a general question from like anyone out there, and then he answers in my chat, and then I realize, wait, while you're streaming, oh no, you're paying attention. You're in my chat and inside your own streams. Absolute magic. I can't do that. Alright, I probably could, but that would be extra confusing for me. Like, just having the one chat, just having you guys here, is distracting me quite enough. I would need more monitors to keep track of that much. Yeah, same here. I have 3 and I need more. I already feel like I need more. I can't remember what exactly for right now. But yeah, I would like to have a few more monitors. I could even have a really tiny one just so I can have like all my audio sources visible at all times. Because OBS itself has enough information that I like having all of that visible. Then I have another one which is a older screen that I could turn 90 degrees, and then one has my 2 chats, which is Twitch and YouTube, which is very handy because, you know, this way I can have the text big so I can just read you guys. And then I have the main screen. And if I have a small one, which then I could have my audio visuals, my audio sources visible at all times, could be handy for... Okay, it's very rarely that I need that thing visible, but when I do, it'd be handy if I could just quickly look at it. And or then have a 4th screen where I could just have, I don't know, web browser open for, I don't know, wiki stuff. Because some games need that. Oof. Or then, yeah, having like Discord chat on the side or some shit. Yeah. I wonder if I could add that here, but no. Maybe. We'll see. But, okay, so if contained item equals rune base, how about we go here of else print contained item plus stringify yeah, mama. No. But don't. I'm assuming, because this is... copy the empty. Oh. And that focus tongue. So you're going to be printing that like crazy, alright? Okay, cool, boom. So you are detecting the thing. Now if I pause your logic here, boop, there we go. Errors, well, that's all about these deltas and bullshit, so we gotta look at the remote. Output, contained item, resource, your mama. Damn, which one of you is it, though? Contained item, no. Test filtration air trace. Type rune filtration. And we're looking for hey there, Buffalobuggers. Hope you're doing well. Man, I love that Depot Mega Wave. Hi. That's a wonderful emote. I need to make more emotes. I need to make all the things, but one thing at a time. I struggle. Also, I need to make more badges, I realized. Jesus Christ. I've been doing this for a year. Wait, is... Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely need to make more badges. Well, I do at least have an idea for that one. So this one does that. You do that. And this one should print. What? No, but it doesn't. Okay, so I am... Okay. There's the is keyword. So maybe that'll get her done better. There we go. So I keep on forgetting that is and double equals, which would be the equals, are not the same. The equals is an absolute comparison, right? And that is the problem. And here we're using stuff, object-oriented stuff with classes and things. And we have is, and is a keyword which actually contains multiple different kinds of comparisons, just like in. Wonderful, wonderful. So, detected valid rune to insert happened, but we did not see detected valid new rune target, which is fascinating. Okay. Oh, right. And we should change this from filtration back to base, because I want you to work no matter what kind of rune we put in there. Hey there, Lions Main. Jesus Christ, 60 stream streak. Absolute madman. Now, I do believe you were playing, was it Valheim you were playing today? Or was it yesterday? Now, seems like they're all working. Yeah, we put in the power source first and it reacted. So what is, were you testing it like post? Wait a minute. We put a break there. For the output. Right, the new target. Valid new rune target. So that worked. Then set new target. And turn you off. Next is the circle node. Goes here. Cancel. Go to debugger and continue. Oh, debug closed. There you go. Cancel again, and if you said, wow. Hey, I know. Yes, I've been Valheiming. Nice. Yeah, I was lurking there a little bit this morning, but I was like just so waking up because I got up at 5 a.m. thanks to the dogs getting restless. Okay, we do actually get this far. Fantastic. And the new rune here is marked as elemental. And okay. So things looking like they might be working. So if we go back to the node. Now you... So, okay, because this thing kept on spamming, because the very first one kept on saying yes. So now we're going to change this one from a double if to a if with an and in it. Is that way, this thing should activate precisely once. Yeah, have you noticed anything new with the Valheim post update? And because did you notice any, like, did the promised performance improvements, were they there? Did you find the new hat? Oh, right, breakpoint. Remove those and keep running. Okay, we have a power, we have a filter, we have a bolts. to a fire and a bolt. So we have 1 power. So that should, in theory, be a functional rune. See, because this one is putting out 2 power. The power source should be getting split into 2. 1 to fire, 1 to air, and then that one is an AoE, so but then 2 bolts, because this would just explode on us instead. So then it makes a fire and an air bolt, and with the way we want the logic to work, this would then combine these 2 outputs into 1 attack, which has the combined values of fire and air. 60 stream streaks. Wow, that's freaking months. You're not missing it. Thanks, Lions, man. I really do appreciate it. That's very kind of. That's wow. I'm glad you like it here. I do my best to catch your streams as well. But time isn't always on my side. Most importantly, that shit works. Now we'll look inside the nudes the nodes. We'll have to, from rune nodes to rune nudes. Circle panel, node container. Check out this here. Node item container, no, but the node itself has now a contained rune. Fuck yeah. Okay, so the nodes are properly getting the appropriate rune inside them. Yes, it seems to run very smooth. Hopefully the Ashlands runs better. Yeah, do you have like an old save? That could be just fun to test. If you have an old save where you're in the Ashlands, then just jump in there and go like boogly boogly. And does it still work? Or how well would it work? Because yeah, Valheim is a fantastic and wonderful game, but it always did have the whole performance issue thing. And the good thing is that they finally put it out, because I do remember a while back reading about how the Valheim, or hearing about, I think it was Morning Darkness who was talking about it, how the Valheim devs had mentioned that they're in the plans for the 1.0 was involved changes to how the game flows, which will affect a lot of how the modding stuff will work. And, for people to be sort of aware that, it's coming. I do, but it's on my old PC. Oh well. Well, then you enjoy the run back, eh? And it's in that way, it's very good that they're now trying out the because by releasing the performance increases now rather than at the same time as 1.0, it's a very good move in my opinion, because now they can then debug, because no matter how much you test on your sort of closed systems, when you launch it to millions of people, someone's going to break it somehow. There's going to be something you did not take into account. If everything works perfectly, that's amazing, but it's better to plan for things breaking. And it's better for them to break now with this update rather than with the 1.0 launch, because that would just look... Well, it would make the 1.0 launch look bad. It would feel bad. People would enjoy it. Like, oh man, finally the new one, but it's like, oh, the performance issues also. And it's better to now to do this thing, give a little bit of new stuff, a new hat, some changes, some rebalances, a little bit more content, and then, but mostly... I felt like, just read through the update there, that it focused on the whole performance upgrades, which they've been working on for a while. So getting all of those things smoothed out, crossing those T's, dotting those I's, then the 1.0 launch will be then, rather than having to deal with the potential backlash from a performance issue and with the modding community getting angry, it would, rather than 1.0, then eventually will only be judged by its own actual merits as a piece of content and the finale. I hope it's not a letdown. Well, it's pretty hard. All they have to do is to add a new map, add some more cool stuff, add a new boss, maybe a new interesting mechanic. The Ashlands is just... The Ashlands is a bullshit place for a bullshit... No. A bullshit place with bullshit enemies, and it has some really cool stuff, but it's not fun to build in. Oh, Clayport's playing half sword. And you should probably figure out how to turn those off, by the way. Yeah. But I do hope that the Frozen North will be more building friendly, because the Ashlands very much feels like a sort of, like, I remember describing it as an open world dungeon, rather than a biome to explore and build in, like many of the others. You go there to harvest resources, then you walk off. And I hope the Frozen North would then have more interesting building pieces and add more complexity that way, because the construction has become such a large piece of Valheim. And having that be better would be, wonderful, and especially because it is the last biome, so you want to have more cool stuff, to build more cool structures, but hopefully then it would have then cool vistas and a cool place to build those structures in, rather than have to keep on harvesting and go there, bring stuff and bring it back again. I say this and I realize I've only been in the Ashlands and Castheims, and those are no portal runs, so that's also probably why it feels less fun in that way, because I have to haul shit back via boat. Because if I had a portal and a base, I don't think it would be quite as stressful. Because using the portals, you would then have... Oh wait, no, because the normal gameplay, yeah, you have portals, but then you do need to have some kind of local base for the local, vegetable plant farming, though. That is very true. And I got to do a good job so far, so I trust them to make good content for the end of the game. Yeah, same here, Lionsbane. I have yet to encounter anything that is, frankly, bad. Some challenges might have been a little unfair at some point, but they rebalanced those quite well. And even then, it was more of a difficult thing rather than bad content kind of thing, which is very good. There we go. Break's done. But we now are entering exciting times. First, we gotta go into Krita here. We gotta put the runes in the nodes. Now it is actually happening. I'll put a line there because that will probably be not something we're doing today. And get that logic to flow is the next big challenge here. Among all the other challenges I've already identified and probably forgotten about. You see, we have this thing here. We have the make the changes. It is being detected. Oh, right, that wouldn't work because the direction. Okay, now the directions are correct as well. So now we need to get the power source to detect how many open outputs it has. And figure out... I think we're gonna have to get because we can make our custom pop-ups, right? For the mouse, for tooltips. So if we make a tooltip that will always display the sort of spell state of shit beneath the mouse, that would be step number 1. And then we want a little piece of text here that also has the sort of final attack. So we want to be able to see what is happening in each and every step of the way, as well as then the calculated final attacks once we get those. So right now, that is happening. These can remain for now, so this is good for us to also then help debug, open, close. We have better visuals now, so we don't need that text there, to be honest. So we can have a look-see at the circle line UI, which we have here, and just comment those out. Now, we're not doing the circle math as is right now, but that's fine. Now, circle line, we have here tooltip text. Here you go, the default tooltip text. Tooltip appears when the mouse user's mouse cursor stays idle or with this control for a few moments, provided that the mouse filter property is not mouse filter. Ignore. Time required for the tooltip to appear can be changed with the GUI timers and tooltip delay in seconds option. See also, get tooltip. The tooltip pop-up will use either a default implementation or a custom one that you can provide by overriding make custom tooltip. The default tooltip includes a pop-up panel and a label whose theme properties can be customized using theme methods with the tooltip panel and tooltip label respectively. For example, var stylebox equals stylebox flat.new, stylebox get set background color, set border width all. Hashtag we assume here that the theme property has been assigned a custom theme beforehand. Theme set stylebox panel, tooltip panel, stylebox, theme set color, font color, tooltip label, color 0, 1, 1. Cool. We'll get tooltip. Return the tooltip text for the position at position. Then it controls local coordinates, which will typically appear when the cursor is resting over this control. By default, this returns tooltip text. The method can be overridden to customize behavior. See get tooltipped. See, here's a good example of the. I can then make variations by adding this little thingy. If this method returns an empty string, no tooltip is displayed. Hey there, Knapzor. Hello there, how are we doing? Good? Hey, doing pretty well, I'd say. Hope you're doing well yourself, Knapzor. Oh, ads are starting soon. So, good morning to your friendo before that one. And yeah, we're gonna figure out how to get tooltips because we now have the nodes. The runes are actually stored in the actual proper data container behind the scenes. Even if it is a mildly convoluted path there, but it is working kind of. So as usual, step 1 is make something ugly that works. Then pretty it up. And make it all smooth and shiny and efficient. String tooltip text default is empty. Set tooltips text value with a setter. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so we're not gonna make a custom tooltip yet, but the handy part is that we can. So this is something we want to exist. We're not gonna make it for like the fully themed custom because that is back, like I've been talking about. I keep on trying to resist this, adding too many graphical elements because we're gonna make it, look nice eventually. Right now, we just get it to work. So if we can but technically, we could probably use the same. We'll end up using the same logic. The custom tooltip is just used to make it, like I said, look pretty. Interesting music. But it doesn't make me angry, so it's okay. This one doesn't tickle the brain wrong, but it does tickle the brain a little bit. The good thing is this is then a value of the tooltip. And we can make it inside the different UI containers themselves, which is super motherfucking handy, because this way we can in process. So we'll be updating it or will we? First, we have to look at the circle node. What do we have here? We have activate rune, has rune, set new rune, clear rune, spell state into spell state, return contain rune dot activate rune with the spell state. And then we have the circle link. There we go. Node and link next to each other, because the link has references to the nodes. And it contains a spell state reference. Question is, should they always have a new one? Okay, let's see if we can figure out the logic of what I... Did I have a brain when I made this thing? Yeah, we can have a look in the circle base. Wow. There we go. These three are the actual logic things. Now, change circle size. We keep on making these circles. Buggity buggity wham. And here we go. The breadth search, first search activation. Outgoing spell states is an array of spell states. Incoming spell state is a singular one. Yes, because we might have multiple outgoing ones. Current node is a reference to the current node. Again, yeah, we could add these things. We don't have to have these separately as variables. But like I said, when I made this is why we do this way. So it is as sort of visually clear as possible. Like, see, we have an incoming link here, and then we still put it into a next target thing here. All right, for this loop, it makes sense. So now let's see, what the freaky frack have I done here? So while the next target does not equal null, so there is still a next target, which in the beginning will be the incoming link. Current node is incoming link marked as 2. No, there's 2 value, which right. Let's have a close look at this one. So current node has the value of incoming link, and it's 2 value, because that would be where we are, right? So the incoming's 2 would be 2 here. So this equals here. Now, we can probably remove this from the fucking... Yeah. And add it there. Because I don't see a reason to keep on reassigning that value. The next target being set here would make sense, because we want to make sure the first next target is... Does it make sense? We'll find out. Now, incoming spell state equals incoming link.get spell state. Fair enough. You do the thing with runes and the stuff, happens here when I activate rune. We do that into temp spell state, using the incoming spell state and the current node. Right. We're looping through all the nodes. So we'll find out here. Okay. Maybe I did that one wrong. Okay, so current node is next target dot 2. With next target, the first one will be the incoming link. So that is where we are. Incoming spell state is incoming link get spell state. Which should probably be next target. Okay, we'll see here. I keep on making changes without actually reading through the entire thing, and that is a stupid thing to do. So the current node is next target dot 2. So when we come in here, we will put the incoming link. Incoming spell state is incoming link dot get spell state, so the one that came into this node. Then spell state is created by the rune within the current node, using the incoming spell state. Now we have a temp spell state. Then for link in link array, we check if link.from equals current node. Yeah. And link open is true. Yeah. So how many open outgoing links do we have? Then traversal array.append links, so we add them to our traversal array. Outgoing spell states.append link gets spell state. Yeah, so every link has their own like default spell state. We add them into a list of how many outgoing links we have. And if outgoing links equals 0, append spell state to the circle of spell state array. So if outgoing spell states dot is empty, so there's no outgoing links, spell state array dot append temp spell state. Yeah, here we check for outgoing links. Here we check, well, if there were none, whatever spell state we have generated with what we have here goes into the circle's spell state array. We'll have to have a little loopy, so one function calls this one, and after that one we'll have one that checks if we have any functional spells. If there's more than one, combine them in a way that would make sense. Else, so we have links going out, then temp spell state dot split into the outgoing spell states, which means that the spell state needs a split function where it looks at how many outgoing things we have, divides its current state to go equally into all of those with our current logic. We can have the... Yeah, we can see how that works. And it writes that into these. Which means... that in our circle link... it starts with a spell state new. Also, open the spell state into circle link, circle menu, spin states. We save that one. So now it has an actual spell state, not just a container for one. We'll have to have a sort of refresh and or clean function inside the spell state. Func for clear, func for split. We need those. Like right now we just put in one number. That's it. But I'm gonna have to have a tiny little break. Wrong button. There we go. But I'm gonna have that tiny little break. I need to go to the little Hanno's room. See you soon, friendo. And I have returned. There we go. So. One morning. But hello there, Boofta. Nice seeing you around. Hope you're doing well. So, let's see here. We add a funk here for the clear. Well, we can let the yeah, it can work. And then But I hope you're doing well, Boofta. So, okay, so then we have... I'll call it refresh. I almost have like strange difficulty naming things. Then a funk for split, which takes in from here. No. There you go, circle base. I'm going spell states with is... an array of spell states. Now, did it have an output? Temp spell state dot splits. Yeah, nope. So we don't need to worry about that one. And then we do var mount of outgoing of type.
Son off 10 bees. Son off 10 boned.
Hey there, Ugla. Hope we're doing well. Now seeing you around, friendo. So, the amount of outgoing is... Actually, we should probably just cast that into a float. Directly. And though the output is an int... I guess we make you an int, so we can then... Well, we'll let the math fix it. So now they have the amount of outgoing spell states. That means... that for outgoing spell states, days are moving forward. Sold my expensive car, bought a cheap one. Progress towards singularity living. Yeah, clever move. Cars can be quite the money hole, even though they don't need to be. I'm pretty happy with my nice old Toyota Yaris. Gets the job done. And it's old enough so I can do some basic maintenance on it myself, which makes life a lot easier. And it's cheap enough that in the worst case scenario, it's not that humongous of a loss. Now, could we... Now we have a list of outgoing spell states, and this guy had the spell state then, or outgoing spell states. I want an old Toyota. I learned to repair it forever. Or a Volvo. Yeah? I like those. Yeah, that's the way to do it, Boofta, in my opinion. Well, that is me. I'm a very hands-on kind of guy. Like, I can do some basic maintenance. I can do my own welding, which is very easy, which is very handy here in the north, because, you know, winter, and they salt the road, so there's a lot of corrosion damage. If you can fix your own corrosion damage, you can save some money there. And I know how to, like, replace a lot of the, like, more simpler, replaceable parts. Anything actually a problem with the engine, I would take that to an actual mechanic. I don't know enough about car engines for that, but then, you know, changing your, like, brake pads, that kind of stuff, quite easily doable. And if I need welding of car, I'll come to Finland. It might be cheaper to do it there, though. Just saying. I repaired a very simple motorcycle. Ooh, nice one. Yeah, old motorcycles are also cool because, nice old mechanical devices because they just work because, it's a mechanical device. It can only go one way, essentially. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, you want that, a golden, middle ground of old enough so you can fix it yourself, new enough to have nice modern safety features like ABS and so on. Buffalopagus saying, I remember my old 1984 Volvo 240 with great fondness. Man, that thing is probably still running somewhere. Yeah, that's also the thing. Old machines were built to run. New things are... It's an unfortunate fact of life that planned obsolescence has just become the standard in pretty much fucking everything, and it just annoys the shit out of me, I gotta say. What is high-valued money brick now? Could be. It's one of those things. I don't know much about cars. I just know, I like there's this golden... Old enough to do some a lot of your own maintenance, new enough to be safe. That is what I want, and preferably cheap and used so that in case it goes bad, I can fix it. And hello there, Mind Cozy. Nice seeing you around, Rendo. Sorry. Now the outgoing spell states. Each of those will be a spell state. So we have clear. We should also have a funk for... I'll call it insert for now. Can't really come up with anything else. And you take in a... new state of type. Spell state. No, shit. I gotta think about this one. Wow. 240 sells here in Norway for 10 to 20k euros now. Ooh. Oh, dang. That's good money. Yeah, plastics are part of obsolescence too. Good for certain things, but anything since the adoption of plastic won't be around as long as before them. Even without the true planned obsolescence. Yeah. I mean, that is part of the whole plan thing, though, isn't it nowadays? Just the choice of raw material. How easy is it to replace? But that's the thing also, because they need to find the golden balance in manufacturing for... it needs to be cheap enough to produce and last long enough to go past warranty. And also give at least an illusion or a sense of quality without necessarily being of high quality. It was a tank. It didn't care about anything the world did to it. I didn't appreciate what I had at the time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's amazing tank machines, and then they're a bit a bit rumbly, might be a little bit wild. And then you want to get something newer, fancier, smoother, and then the new fancy smooth ends up being just less reliable, more expensive, more problems. And you're missing your own reliable tank. I'm very happy with my artist. The one thing I would like to add to it, because I know there's some people who are building these sort of modification kits where you add these sort of electrical disc engines, and you add those to the wheels. So then you can turn your even older cars into hybrid ones. And I think that would be really cool, because I don't want to buy a new hybrid car because they're so expensive, they're not really worth the investment compared to these old Yaris. But if I could add a sort of modification kit where I would add some electric engines that would then just save on fuel costs, that'd be freaking amazing now, wouldn't it? Because that's the thing I think is the best part of the electric vehicle thing is not the electric cars themselves, because I'm too paranoid to have to only rely on an electric engine, because carrying gasoline from point A to point B is much easier than carrying electricity. Not all car designs are built with modular changeable batteries, whereas fuel is relatively easy to find. So I'd always prefer a hybrid. Plus, I'm already distractible enough. I've seen some of these really modern new cars. Everything's touchscreens and shit. I'm like, no, I demand physical buttons because I often navigate my car buttons by feel. Touchscreen, I'd actually have to look at it, push at things, and they have to go through the menus. I'm like, no. It should not have so many options that it requires multiple different fucking menus. There should be buttons. Yes, no. The thing is on, it's off. Boolean, radio, dials, I can switch. Oh yeah. So step backwards with touchscreens. Yeah. And I feel like a lot of the stuff happening now in the past, I'd say 10 years, I guess. And for now, there's been a lot of like weird design bubbles happening. There's so many people hyping this new tech without really understanding what the fuck the new tech is or how it works. Like the touchscreen things in cars is, I don't really see how that's going to carry on for too far, because eventually, well, I guess it depends on who your clientele is. If you want to sell the hype train, for those people, they'll buy the fanciest thing with the blinkiest lights, no matter what the fuck it is, or how crappy it might be. But for most people, you want, a nice, cheap, modern hybrid with physical buttons. If someone can make one of those cars, it'd be freaking amazing. Which you can repair yourself, and it has, motor safety features. It's one of those things. If I won the lottery, I had millions. I don't know. I'd design all kinds of crazy shit that would just be like, hey, yo, here's a car design that is not built to just pump out money from people forever. But one like, well, I'm going to make a modern, safe car design, for example. If you had like infinite money, that is infinitely replayable or repairable as far as possible, so that it would, eventually, and enough of them have been sold, and then they wouldn't sell that well anymore. Where compared to like modern cars, where you just have to keep on selling them, and then how do you make more money? Oh, I know, you never own your car anymore. It's the new ones are subscription based, because you're not allowed to fix them. You have to take them to their own thing, and they're allowed to like turn off your car from like afar and all kinds of bullshit, which means you don't own that car. You only own a temporary license to use it, at their discretion. Now, so unsafe, absolutely. A 20-year-old Toyota hatchback now, and it's probably the last car I'll buy, barring some catastrophe. There's a button on the dash which says car. I know what it does, even after 20 years. I'm like, it's already a car, so why should I push the button? Well, Buffalopicus. Maybe it gets even more car. It could be, or maybe you push it, and it turns off car mode, and it turns out you have a transformer on your hands. You're like, God damn it! I should have done it 20 years ago, man. Turn off, then you click it, and it turns into a tractor or something. Oh, then Automotive Association wouldn't approve you to sell something like that. If it's possible, let me sell them for 20. Oh, we can always hope. I mean, that's the thing as well, because if you make a product that follows all the rules, and you design it in a way that you're not planning on pumping out, that's the maximum amount of profit, but just enough to like keep it rolling, and you have a sort of like plan in your head for what'll happen eventually. The sales will drop, because if it's like selling a printer. If you actually made a good printer that could use like any ink, you'd sell an X amount. It'd probably become a hit for a while, and then everyone has one, and then your sales drop, which is why printers are designed in this infernal and hellish way they are nowadays, because, well, you have to keep on selling the same printers and the same ink cartridges and be able to turn off people's printers from afar and all this absolute nonsense. There'll be a not car button. That's bad UI design. Well, it could be. Well, Buffalo, that depends. Is the car button currently in an on or an off state? Because maybe it is currently in car state. If you click it, then it turns into bicycle. You have to pedal it, like the Flintstones, It turns from a car into a stationary cab. Could be. There's many things that could happen. Now the problem here is I don't want to make more spell states in order to write spell states into spell states. So I think So we can assume the outgoing array of spell states have already been sort of set up. So I guess we would in fact be doing this. For outgoing and outgoing spell states, we do first whomp. We tab these, we untab you, we do outgoing dot these, but they're not the new. They equal. Kind of the same shit. Fucking hell. There we go. So with our current attack state, but divided by. But how do we then split these? Well, we're gonna have to look into first elemental power, I guess. And this one would be funk split. Divide by float. Output elemental power. I don't know. It's not one of those old mechanical latching buttons where you can see by looking at it if it's on or off, and the car's far too old for backlit buttons. With a transformer robot, I'm sure it'll have something choice to say about 20 years worth of coffee spills. Ooh, could be. And now I think I just like having a harmless mystery of why my car has a car button. Nothing wrong with that. That sounded like an interesting thing. So I guess we would then for their new new power of type elemental power is elemental power dot new. Then we have we turn new power for lm in underscore elemental power new power lm has the value of underscore biggie elemental power lm divided by gets underscore divided. Maybe Exhibit was a time traveler and a really long-term joke about your car dispensing smaller cars. Now that'd be amazing. Finally push that car button and you get a Hot Wheels out of it, you know. Just appears in your like glove box. Click. Like, Hot Wheels, but it's your car with the correct stains and everything. Oh no, it has a really tiny car button. You push that one, it's an even smaller, microscopic Hot Wheels coming out of that Hot Wheels. It's recursive. Could be. You'll never know unless you push the button. So these are now these. So you can dots get divided and then both of you get those. Now an attack states. Ooh. But okay, that might have changed by the time we got here. So now we need to figure out how do we then split this thing. With a copy attack. Target attack. Attack base. Returns. Nothing. And in this one, let's see here. Speed takes the value off. Target attack dot speed. Let's see here. We have the set animation based on the whole. Alright, we'll have to just copy everything, I guess. Do this in order, I guess. There we go. Copy those. Jump to the end. Target attack. Dot. Paste. is container equals target attack dot is container, and contain attack takes the value of target attack dot contain attack. Give us a quick sec. There we go. So the copy attack, we just copies all the values currently. Takes the value of target attack dot element. So it just directly just copies all those values into this one. Essentially, we could probably do this not as a copy attack, but as a design and altering constructor, but you know, shit works. Then we want to divide power divide by where damage equals damage dots get divided divide by oh man, this is getting so heckin' ugly and awkward. But like outgoing attack state dot copy attack of attack state yeah, that's ugly and awkward. Yeah, I need to make a construction for that one, I guess. Because we could have just made an elemental power outgoing attack state dot new with our elemental power stuff and so on. Yeah. We can't have outgoing equal our current spell state. It needs to be a copy, so we need to duplicate it into there because we want to have these different then be separate spell states everywhere. Otherwise they'll refer to each other, make a change in one, then they all shift. Blam. So for outgoing in outgoing spell states, outgoing attack state, copy attack. So copies into the outgoing attack state our current attack state values. Then it's divide power with amount of outgoing, same to our current like raw power and our waste values. Fantastic. So the attack base is what we were looking at. Now this thing exists. We're doing this, but our temp spell state Okay, so while next target exists, current node equals next target's 2. Incoming spell state is surely it'll be the next target we're looking at here. Next, we're going per link. Current node is from the link's 2 value. Incoming spell state is get the spell state from the link that brought us here. We create a temporary spell state by looking at current node dot activate ruin with the incoming spell state, which we create a new spell state, save it on temporary spell state, then we make a for link in link array if link dot from equals current node and link dot open is true. So every link heading out that is open is added to an array, so we can find our next build our traversal array. And then we check our outgoing spell states. When you append the link, get spell states. So yeah, so we can get the references to all the spell states in our outgoing links, which we want in a separate one from our traversal array, because we'll be going through this all the time, but this one is only relevant for our current node. So then we check if outgoing spell state, so it's empty, then spell state array append temp small state, because this path has reached its end. If not, temp spell state dot split with the outgoing spell state. So this we created here get split using this split one, and it goes into all of our outgoing spell states for this current node. And we traverse the target link. And we pop from the front so that we can keep on appending new links to it. So we'll go. So that was how we remain a breadth first one. So how do we make sure we can always get here? Well, one thing we could do. I was wondering if we could set up that next target somehow differently. So the logic order here. So right now we need a separate function to actually start, because we want to start from that very first node. And then we're traversing with the links, all referring to these nodes. But the very first one, there's no link going in. That is our starting point. So I'm wondering if we could have next target. So either we have then we go through the same logic sort of once, but we already know what our starting point is. It wouldn't be the link, it would be the node. Or we just create an extra link. with no from, only a 2. We need to look at the 2 here. Okay, I have an idea. We create that link here. This is called the activation, right? So if not, instead of an incoming link, we shall call you starting node. And you're not a circle link. You're a circle node. Now, next target starts out as a circle link. And the circle link dot new from will be a null, and new 2 will be the starting node. This way, when we enter next target, we have a current node we can get from the 2 and a spell state that should be created inside the circle link's new one. So we check on the circle link here. Init, from is new from 2, new 2 node rate, from and 2. That's fine. From index is 0, open is false. And spell set new has been created there. Wonderful. Hey there, Reap. I know you're the best imaginary friend a guy could have, but I'm glad you feel that way. I love living inside your head. Good place to be. You make good company, my friend. Now, I think in the circle menu, we're going to have to add a brand new magical button. I don't kind of want to have, I'm going to put it there. So add a brand new child node of a button. We'll go just activate circle. I kicked all the dragon's ass, Hanu. Nice. Well done, my friend. Freaking JRPG dragons and confusingly named spells. I'm glad you kicked their ass. Activate circle. We clear the clacking of the node here and we add a signal for when it's pressed. Now when you are pressed, I want you to circle dot breadth first search activation starting node right. That's a good point, my friend. We can't have that. But what if we want to change the starting node? So in that case, we should probably have a simple func for activate heckin' circle. Which calls breadth first activation with Either that or we just add a variable here where more starting node equals remove the entire thing. Okay, it's 02:30 and the roast is now in the slow cooker. You're stuck with me for 8 hours. Ooh, buffalopagus. That sounds delicious. I wish I had a roast in the slow cooker. But alas, we do not. So about starting node is then instead. You're in the circle base, so you have the node array position 0 for now. Or do it this way. Womp. Because I don't want this to have anything set in stone, so we can use just this little activate circle. Alright, I'm expecting this to just crash. Did. Invalid call, non-existent function, activate rune in base nil. Ooh. We do if contained rune just return spell state. Allow my slow cooker's ability to sort out cheaper cuts of meat really helps stretch things out. Yeah. That does sound good. Okay, it's not crashing when I push the button. Okay, so let's give it a power source, a filter, and a bolt, and we click it again. Now it crashed. Fantastic. Power to add, power, new, raw power, and what happened here? Invalid call, non-existent function, add power in base, nil. Fine. Try it again. Power source, filter, bolt, crash. It's not crashing. Then we toggle these open. Now crash. Fantastic. Invalid assignment of property key fire with mount type value of type floats in base object type resource. Ooh. What do you mean here? LM fire. Counterpulse fire. Property key fire with value of type floats. That should be correct. Oh, we can do here. LM, fire, elemental power. Dictionary, new power. What do you mean you're minus 922, your massive float there? The elemental power underscore here is correct. Divide by 1. Perfect. So what happened, my friend? Ah. We got an entire item there. Now, we're gonna end up, we're like copying shit around too much right now in random ways. And like I said, we're gonna make it, you know, a bit more elegant eventually. Not quite yet, so we try again. First, we put in all the... Put the bolt. Put the bolt. Activate the circle. Yeah. Open the power lines. We click the activate circle. It is no longer... Well, it's not a heckin' exploding. So now we need to see what our actual output is somehow. And one of those things was when we were looking at the... Not the line UI. Actually, it is actually the line UI I want to look at. So... We'll just add it into the process because it's horribly inefficient. We do a to-do and please bless it. Just remove. Because what we're gonna do is if I do believe it is was it yeah. If underscore circle link dot open equals true, because we don't have one. There's no point in doing the closed one. If circle dot open equals true, then tooltip text equals things. Frankly, we probably do just we stringify circle link dot spell state and kind of see what happens. Whoops. We go to circle menu. I tried to open the line by itself and I think it broke, which is okay. Now if we clickety-clackety there. Okay. Fair enough. Now, circle line UI. How are you dealing with the mouse? Oh, you're on ignore. There you go. Now turn it into a pass. And we try again. I'll explain why it doesn't work. A good thing is we don't actually need to do the runes. We just toggle that thing open. Interesting. There's a tooltip text for position at position. Virtual method to be implemented by the user returns the tooltip text for the position at position and controls local coordinates, which will typically appear when the cursor is resting over this control. Method returns an empty string and no tooltip is displayed. Okay. So we'll try that then. Button's doing the pass. The circle line UI is doing the pass. Get tooltip. That's global position. Interesting. I'm obviously misunderstanding something severely. Get tooltip. Tooltip text for the position at position in controlled local coordinates. New. Print. Okay. So it's kind of working. But why is the tooltip not tool and tipping? How to make you show the heckin' tooltip, my friend? Methods for the boolean can drop data, get drag data. The fucking what? We don't call this method get data that can be dragged and dropped on controls that expect to drop data. Returns null if there's no data. Okay, shit, so there is an inbuilt drag and drop. Neat. Controls that want to receive drop data should implement can drop data, and a drop data dot at position is local to the control. Maybe forced with forced drag. That's what they do in Australia. Much time with that cabaret. A preview that'll follow the mouse that should be represent the data can be set with set drag preview. Oh my god, okay. So we built the entire drag drop system that is kind of shitty and apparently it was completely unnecessary. Fantastic. Well, if nothing else, it was a good learning experience. The next one will be how do I into this? Lovely. Set drag preview. A good time to set the preview is in this method, get drag data position. A position would be here. Is local to this control, maybe force with force drag, okay. Return my data, where my data equals make data. This is your custom method for generating the drag data. Set the drag preview, make preview dot my data. This is your custom method generating the preview for the drag data. Control that shows the given control at the mouse pointer. A good time to call this method is in get the drag data. This control must not be in the scene tree. You should not free the control, and you should not keep a reference to the control beyond the duration of the drag. It will be deleted automatically. after the drag has ended. For color, get drag data. CPB, color picker button new, color vector, drag preview. Okay, yeah, I see that. So we'll use text to generate the sort of node we want to have display the thing. Fair enough. Moves the mouse cursor to position relative to position of this control. Warp mouse. It's only supported on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Has no effect on Android, iOS, and web. Neat. But, the pop-up, though. Get tooltip. Turns the tooltip text for at the position control hook. But the typical clip here. Clicking on the control, this mode will be clicked instead. Okay. Tooltip delay is 0.5 seconds. Okay, so at least it's okay. So it's not that one. But okay, at least we can print some information here, if nothing else, while we figure out what the friggity frack is happening. Back to script, we look at Circle Line UI, and we are currently printing get tooltip here. And tooltip text equals stringifying circle link spell state. Hey. Alright, we're getting there. Dot get underscore text. Now we jump into good old spell state here and we make a get text. I don't want to define this shit in here. String for text type string return text text equals well, we can do there. Just start with just a couple of things here, like power, and we stringify power dot elemental power plus new line marker waste add a new line marker there, and attack and we stringify attack state damage and dot big E elemental power. Cancel. F6 into the circle menu. Now as we mouse over this thing, see it's not open. printing stuff, but it's empty. Okay. It's kind of working, but not really, because I would want them to appear in the heckin' tooltip, but they're not appearing in the heckin' tooltip. How do I make the tooltip appear? There we go. Okay, fine. But I want to make a custom tooltip just now. I want to just use a normal tooltip. I don't want your... Oh, yeah. Create an input event mouse button that attempts to click the control. No. Here we get tooltip. Tooltip text. By the position at position in controls location coordinates, which will typically appear when the cursor is controlled by default to return tooltip text. If the method returns an empty string and make custom tooltip is not overridden, no tooltip is displayed. Okay, but you should be... It looks like you should be freaking... Oh. Oh. I just want to know if this will work. First of all, yeah, no longer printing random shit. Still kind of printing random shit. Kicky clackety. There's waste there. Attack is air 2.5. Looks like we're getting the final result, which is not what we're supposed to be getting here. Circle link spell state. Spell state new. From to index. Yeah? And then we look at the circle menu. So the math is working again, so that is good. Technically we can use this to make an attack, but I want to see the steps of it happening, not just get that final value. So, the hell happened? Look at not the menu, but the circle McBase. Outgoing spell states in array of spell states. Incoming spell state is also a spell state. Current node is circle node. Ah, nope. But we can get rid of that. Temporary spell state. Sorry. Current node. Activate rune with the incoming spell state. To do this, contain rune, activate rune. Turn spell state duplicate. So it should be a brand new separate spell state from what came in here, right? So if we look at the circle... No. Let's see here. Rune. Power source. Or new spell state, spell state, spell state, new. So it creates a completely new spell state here. Total power to something, new spell state, or add raw power from input power. It turns to new spell states, yeah, so it never does anything with this one pretty much, which is fine. Then, filtration. Spell state comes in here, a new spell state, again created with .new. And your power and waste are set here. And the projection gets a spell state. So that they should be completely new ones. Take the values from that one, set attack parameters. Is us editing our current one. Grab the values, or change values, spell state, set attack parameters, give a spell state. Set attack parameters. That's weird. But also most likely what's causing at least one part of the problem. Because this is the input one, and now we make changes to the input, which is not what we're supposed to be doing here. Usually mark current attack speed, size multiplier, damage time. Okay, yeah. Well, that's all zeros. That shit still worked. But how can both links have the same... Oh, right, because we're never refreshing that shit, are we? So... let's have a look here. We have the good old circle base again. Now... wait, no. I'll do a circle link here. Open equals false, and... oh, right. Spell state dot clear. To power air bolt. Never mind, a 0. Did it once. Now this one is already at attack. Yeah, that one got zeroed out. No remain like that kind of makes sense because, you know, no one can get there. So should we, whenever we do this, I wonder if we should have a func clear links. And for link in link array link dot clear. And clear links. Will it crash? Immediately crashed. Invalid call, non-existent function clear, base item resource circle link. Got a clear link. Don't do anything, and then spell stays clear. We go back. Oh, and we save our changes. Go back to here. Now attack is empty, but now we have power and waste correctly being filtered, except it shouldn't be here. I should be seeing that here. And now power has been filtered into an attack. Now why are you, my friend, affecting that one? Circle line UI. Now we can go into circle links. Now every circle link from circle node do this, do that. That's an impossible situation quickly. We put the power and put the field filter. Oh, actually, yeah, what happens here? The direction is wrong, but it still kind of works. And if I open you get 0. Activate circle. You remain at 0. We put a bolt. We open the U. You have the value. You remain at 0. Put the bolt in there. Okay, so they're not sharing an array, at least, or like a reference to a single point. Now that is good, but there's something else. Huh. You know, might be a good idea if we just also don't keep all the old links around, eh? Just saying. Oh, didn't break anything yet. Now we do power. Here. Bolt. Alright, nothing's breaking yet. Okay, now that looks correct. We have 25 in everything. Remains 25 in everything, and here we see fantastic filtered stuff. Okay, so that cleared it. I was very confused for so long, and it turns out it was just because I wasn't clearing up, well, the mess I was making. So now we need a UI thing. When do you get ray tracing? Well, boofta. A lot later. A lot later. Maybe in the third game we get ray tracing. I mean, technically, these are lines, they're rays, and they've been traced. See? It's there. And when you, and I mean, it has inbuilt ray tracing stuff for detection, and who knows, maybe we will add a ray tracing, but we're using that to detect, you know, enemy placements and so on. Open world next, right? Yeah. In a multiverse. Remember that one. And then, you know, good old MMO nonsense. But okay, so that shit worked actually, which is already has me mildly surprised, and that means we need to add one more element, which is here, where we can then try to display our while attack both damage values. And for now, we can just use a good old panel container, I guess. Man, I'm so glad I got the hint at some point, like just hold down Alt, and then whatever you have chosen will be the one you keep on moving, so you don't accidentally. Because sometimes you have many things on top of each other. It's very easy to like misclick. Like I want to move this thing, and then it's like, no, we're moving something completely different. You're like, oh god, no. So holding down Alt will make sure that whatever you have chosen here in the tree is the only thing you'll be interacting with when you're dragging the stuff. And then when you hold Alt, when you're changing the size, and it's also like, oh, it's mirrors the stuff. Wow. Which I don't want to happen right now. I just want to put the entire thing there. So you will be a good old attacking focal container. Look at that. I think I might have even spelled it correctly. First try. Jesus Christ. That's unusual. And because we can also have a 9-patch rectum in here. Texture, Atlas, load, assets, UI pack. We do go the good old main tiles one. Then we go edit region, auto slice, and let's make a choice. Now for the hell of it, we're going to go with that one. Then we look at where was the thing? Yeah, oh. Texture nearest. There we go. So now it's won't try to make things fuzzy in a linear going. No, just nearest thing. Works. This works the best for pixel stuff. Patch margins now. For the bottom we want similar to that one. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll to make it 6. Or apparently 5 might be enough. Seven might be good on the top and right. And on the side. And then for the top, well, it's a bit bigger. Oh well. Oh yeah, we have that entire thing there. Add a child node. We want an Hbox container. You know what, that's fine. I lied. Oh, the margin container containing our Hbox container. The margin container will be then expanding all the way, and your theme. No. layout, no. There we go, constants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Top 16, everything else 7. There we go. There, looks like perfect. And you, my friend, will have then a label. And we do display text, no theme overrides, colors, shadow outline, that kind of stuff. There we go. Now it looks slightly better, hopefully. I don't think we've imported a like default font for this shit just yet. Can't bother with making anything too wild here. Your constant will be a separation of we do fire, water, air. Yeah, some colors there, so we can actually see it on the light background. There you go. Everything is inheriting from this one, so they should be kind of acceptable. Now then, circle menu. Inside your process. What's with the element of cheese? It's missing. It is currently, because we're just going with the traditional 4, because I'm lazy. The text equals fire. Water. Earth. Air. Plus SDR. Value from circle dots final attack dots underscore damage elemental power there we go. And you would be fire, water, earthiga, and air. We have 6 in. Will it crash? Or do you get zeros? Fucking crashed. Nice. Wrong one. Was F8? There we go. Now, the final attack thingamabooby doesn't exist currently, which is the problem here. So we'll do at final attack equals attack base. Attack new. There you go. Fine. And hooking-tastic. Now, once we're done with Breath First activation, we'll have to have a fun funk of calculate final attack. Which, no, it's no output. Output, so final attack takes the value of boom. Here we go. Temp spell state split out. Spell state, yes. Spell state array. Funk. Combine. Target attack of type attack base. And I think that is all of that. Comment out some of those. So we have multiplier, speed multiplier. Here's that one too. Speed multiplier, damage multiplier, orientation, and type. Alright. We don't actually want any of that. We just want to fuck around with the damage damage value, especially for now. And the damage value is an elemental power, so can we just... Yeah, we do an add power. Dot add power. Hmm? Final attack. Alright. The final attack equals spell state array 0. If spell state array dot is control if not is empty, and then no to stack state. And then, you know what, for this point, we don't give a shit. So we do 4 attack in or more like 4 spell in a spell state array. Final attack dot combine spell dot attack state. So now we should at least not crash and get a bunch of zeros. Perfect. We do this one, we do that one. So these values are correct, but this shit ain't doing nothing. Oh wait, we're not calculating it at all, are we? Well, welcome in, don't give a buck. Welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? What we're up to with Blimbo. What the heck's a Blimbo? Sounds interesting. Hey there, don't give a buck, get bucked down, get bucked all the way, I guess. What we do around here. But hope you're doing well, Fendo. And you, I want you centered. And we got the circle-based logic here to work otherwise, except for the simple fact of we forgot to add the math of calculate the final attack. Now we'll try it again. Can we make numbers happen? Well, these are here. They remain 0, as they should. All of that is still remaining as they should. We open up that one. It's with 0. Click on activate circle. Yeah. Then we do this one. No 0. Yep. There's a number there now. Logic is working. At least we got the damage numbers there. The attack types aren't really. We need to get that shit to flow as well. Blimbo's like Malotro mixed with Blinko. Nice. Hope you had a good time, man. And welcome in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and an amateur game developer who has the past year been doing this of like weekly mini game jams, where you happen every weekend called the Try and Jam. You have 3 hours to make a game, and I've been trying to do them every weekend the past year. And this year, I decided to start a long-term game project to get some of these ideas I've been having in my head for a long time. Mainly a kind of runic magic crafting system, and use that in then a sort of not a Balatro, but the Brotato type wave shooter kind of thing. So it's sort of Noita inspired, where you combine things to make your own attack, but instead of having like pre-made spells like fireballs, triple cast, all these, it's more like here's a power source and a filter and a like projection matrix. So it's much more granular. Is sort of what I'm going for here. And right now we're just trying to get like graph things to work. I got this automatic nice little like just circle drawing system here, though it doesn't really do much. Because eventually a lot of these will have to be handcrafted. But now we got the... Let's see if I can make a... Yeah, this will be interesting. What if I put you here? Because this one should be node 0. Now if we're filtering... We're getting like unfiltered power going through an air filtration system, then it goes into this here bolt. Now my toggling mode, because these are all like closed links because they're grayed out. Okay, so we do this thing, that value then defaults. Okay, so those values remain at 0 because I mouse over it and we see what kind of values are happening in this link. Click on activate. Actually, let's change that to earth. Well, air turned to 20 for some reason. We looky here. This value is not 0. And that one's at 0. Oh yeah, because it's... Yeah, when we did the thing, the final attack didn't change. Now, if I open up this one... Your values are at 0. Your values are now at 25. And this shit is working. Okay, yeah, so... Our default 0 spot remains. From there to the power source, nothing changes. From the power source to the filter, now we have 25 in all the 4 elements, and from the filter onward, mouse over it. Now there is... Well, it's a majority of air. I'm guessing we can't actually make replacing happen here because... Yeah, I don't have the code for that. You see, the visual changed, but not the underlying resource. This is actually still the air filter. So if we... switch back to here, what we can see here, and then we now put in, say, fire and a bolt. Open these links. They're all worth here. See it now, there's a tenor in the fire there. Whom and whom. And we see that first we get 25 in all the 4 elements, going from the power source to the filter, and then from the filter to the projection, which is defining the sequence. We have power source, then a filter that chooses filters out the unwanted elements to make sure we only have the desired element, but it's not perfect, so a little bit waste remains. And then that value is sent over to the bolt here, which turns it into an attack, which has 10 fire. Now currently, because every time we do this, we are just adding more information to the final attack, so rather than calculating a brand new attack, we're just adding, including the old one, so that's why the air there keeps on growing. Which means under calculate final attack, we need to do first do we have a not yet. Let's put it here. We do a function. We call it clear, and we try to do it not all the way to the top. No inputs, no outputs, but There we go. Now that there's clear inside the attack base. Final attack. No clear. Now we'll double check. Does it work? That should make the default value 3. Instead of 5. 5 it just, looks fun. Now we'll do air and, bolt. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Open up those two. Mouse over them. We see they're all 0. Now air is turned to 10. Every time I click it, your value is increasing. Problematic. Fire. Oh, probably. Yeah, and the direction doesn't do anything currently, I think. That's something we need to work on. So now fire is increasing. Air is not being cleared. What the hell, man? Final attack dot clear. If not, spell array as empty for spell in spell state array. Final attack combined spell dot attack state. Ah. And all that should probably be followed by spell state array dot clear. All it feels, these shit just feel so clunked together and all like clunked together nonsense. 2 power 150 Earth beam. I mean, it shouldn't really matter. Hey, it remains. It remains. And it turns into 0. Heck yeah. Shit works. Amazing. Now these don't matter at all. Because they'll be removed. But I wanted to make those changes anyway. Wait. Now the numbers are also centered. But all we do now is calculating that damage array, which is still not enough. Because now we need to then also make sure our old, more complex details we added to the spell calculations, including type information. Because right now this would crash if we try to implement it in the actual level that we had. So what we want to do is still then also figure out the type for the attack and figure out what happens if we try to make something incompatible. So make the game give us an error. Right now, we don't have enough logic for a we don't have room for these like multi-node circles to even work. One thing I guess we could do is scroll on up here and change that number 5 into number 3, just to make testing a little bit more straightforward. There you go. Nice. Much it still works. So we look at our goal for today of get that logic to flow. I'd say we did that. Numbers are happening. Numbers are changing. It's good. We're just gonna need more detail for next time. Let's add a little note of what we're gonna do once we return tomorrow, and then we're gonna then I'll have a short break, and you guys get to vote on what will be the game of the day. If you're wondering what the options are, there should be the pinned comment there. I'll open that one in just a second. Now what we need to do is figure out the attack type. Make sure containers work, and give the key error on invalid combo. I would make sure we have all that logic, the error, the mathematics happening in the actual like data structures we have. So we're not using the UI elements for anything else other than displaying the value. So that's something I need to then also remember to double check once we get there. Because again, the menu we built is better than the previous one, but it still might not be the actual final menu. And if we're using, you know, scene elements to do the math, that means, well, the math won't really work outside of the scene. Now, and it needs to be able to work no matter what. Because the calculations for the runes and these like passive surrounding magic might change, because I would like for the environment to affect certain things. So I'm just gonna make sure we can always call on the recalculation of everything on demand, and also then have access to that final attack form on demand. But first, the crafting systems. I'd say that is worth a nice and neat little savey-shavity. And we jump over to here. And we save. Double check it all works still. If we do an air power, this one actually has more air than the others. So if we do an air fire filter on this one into a bolt. Oh, and open these. Gotta change the default to be open close. Interesting. Oh, it's Neon. Hello there. How you doing, my man? Welcome on in, Raiders. How you doing? How did your Voice Strangers go? It is on my list today as well. Hello, Lotharville. Hope you're doing well. Hello, everyone. And for those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, variety streamer and an amateur game developer. During the last year, I did a lot of small game jams. There's a game jam called the Try Jam that I organize every weekend, whereas the name implies you have 3 hours to make a game. I tried to do that, most weekends. And this year, I then decided to do something different, which is finally start a long-term game project that I have to finish. And we're doing a sort of runic magic crafting system currently for a sort of Rotato-like wave battler system. We got it to kind of work previously, but now I'm adding more complexity. And instead of just having an array we pass through, we're doing like node graph logic to then have multiple paths through a potential runic circle. Wow. Hands up, bud. Stranger was a little weird for me. I can't get the puzzle vibe. Oh no. I love it. I love that game. It is super fun. Especially when you start, finding the weird shit, the really weird shit. Now Neon hates me for forcing him to play VS. Oh no. Damn you, Zevros. How could you? No, don't hurt him like that. And so, hello everyone. Yeah, so that is the goal here. So right now, because we click on activate circle, we got these numbers to go down. We're using just your basic 4 elements currently, and we're just doing some hard-coded bullshit and testing. Now the idea is, now you'll have a these are like generic power sources, because we put one in here. Activate circle, nothing happens there. And especially because this line here is actually closed. So, oh yeah, we'd gotta freaking change how that works. Now, mouse over that one. We see here these arrays of values, or 0, activate circle. And now fire, air, earth here at 25. So it's 100 divided equally with everyone. Wow. Hey, Rain and Run, starving for dinner. Look, hey, thank you, Neon, again for the raid. I really appreciate it, and I completely understand. I hope you have a most delicious dinner indeed, my friend. Have a good one, and thanks for the raid again. Hey there, Striker. Doing pretty well. Having a fun one. But yeah, I can see here the fire. So the raw values of power are evenly divided by from 100, because that's these are more like just test things. Like power source runes, then filtration runes, which where we can choose what is our desired filtered magic level as we activate the circle. But again, this original line remains at 25 because it is from power source to filter. Now we need to open up a new line from the filter going out. The mouse over that one, and now say the new value down here is at 7.5 for fire, air, and water, but earth is at 70.5 because the filtration system is not 100% efficient. So there's some waste, and because I want waste and heat and so on to be a factor in design, where the links can burn out like wires and stationeers and so on. So it's sort of like magical engineering kind of thing. But even this one is not even enough to actually make an attack, because then we have our raw power, our filtered, so we have one dominant element now, and then we need a projection one, so like an AoE should do, yeah, so AoE, which will be essentially it's a class system I'm going to hope to use in different combinations to make either like explosions or shields or something, but the math underneath it should be just, it's an AoE type kind of thing. And now our final damage values has 10 for Earth. So even this one is not a perfect filter. I wonder if I could probably open that one. And the mouse over here. So now the attack values have has the same as the earth damage here. Your power value, well, that's all gone now because it was all spent to make the attack. But our waste value should have gone down actually, but it should have gone up, but it went down. So that is something that's fucked up with my math there. Well, that's okay. Early days. What if I open this one? Then we click on activate circle. So now this one has 12.5 instead of the 12, because what if we then, because this is the idea, so then we have one for earth and say one for air. Now we'd have to close this one, open that one, we activate. So this one has smaller amounts. That was a 12.5. Wait, does direction matter? It should. That's weird. Fantastic. I love weird. Well, that's a weird bug, because it was to the division from here onward has functioned perfectly, but this one is all fucked. So this one is now still filtering earth. So that has not been affected. But this one isn't filtering anything, even though it should be filtering air. So we should have the same values, but dominating, favoring air over earth on this side. And that is pretty neat. But I was about to have a break as well, though. So what we're gonna do now is have a vote. What will be the game of the day? Now there's that pinned comment up there where you can see the list in case you have an earlier look-see. We're going to increase nodes here so we have a nice little something for you guys to look at. And I'm going to open up that poll. There we go. And new poll. Damn you, come on. There we go. Game of the day. Will it be more Void Stranger for some of you? Daringer, no. Void Stranger. continue our recently started Factorio run. More stationeers on Europa. Some workers and resources for some nice Soviet madness. Soviet city builder. Or you see how it goes for workplace over in our run of Dwarf Fortress. And go. There you go. Anyway, Buffalo goes, man, I gotta go back to WNR someday. So good. It is a fun game. But I understand, city builders aren't everyone's idea of very active fun. No worries, my friends. But now, the poll is active. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta refill my drinks, take the dog out to the backyard, that kind of stuff. Then I'll be back, and by the time I'm back, then hopefully you'll have voted on what to do. So, see you soon, friendos. have returned. Ooh, station's helmet damage. Oh, we're in stationeers mode. Ooh, neat. Now. Ads are happening as well. Ooh, poll has ended. Who won? Oh! Not exactly a 50-50. So avoid stranger, Factorio, or stationeers. Now that is a tricky question. Who should win? Welcome back from the answer, everyone. So, Void Stranger, Stationeers, or Factorio. Want to play Stationeers will be fun. We're doing okay with the whole greenhouse project. Next would be then the recycling of the plants. Void Strangers has been going. That was a fun one. It would be fun to return to that one as well. But Factorio speaks to me. And go to Roy Void Strange votes. Oh, hey, no worries, Evros. I mean, it's still. All you do is turn it into a 50-50. Oh.
C1 Abo Angriff.
Well, hello there, Raiders. Welcome on in.
C1 Abo Angriff. C1 Abo Angriff.
Hey there, another Jamie. Hey there, James 002. No, 000. James 222. And hello there, Val Everfrost. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you're doing well. Hope the fun time with the half sword went well. Lovely to see you as always.
Born Raid Morn.
Hey there, Oshug. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, I'm Hondo, son of Hondo, variety streamer and amateur game developer, working on my first sort of long-term game project that I intend to 100% finish, because during the last year we did a lot of small game jams. I play called the Try Jam. Happens every weekend. I took part almost every weekend and made a whole bunch of mini games. So this year we're starting in a long-term game project, which would be sort of a runic magic crafting system for the progression of a sort of potato-like wave battler. Currently, we've been working on building this sort of crafting menu up again. Oop. That's right here. It's only morning, I know, but I didn't want to go do your TTS to have to deal with emojis. Well, thank you. Oh, shrug. We're celebrating when Clayborn's born. He says born today. It is very true. It is the Clay Day. The clayest of days. The days of clays. Oh yeah, no son. Pleasure as ever. Half sword is great. More stable. The second time around we tried to play it today. Still getting stomped in the low tier tourneys, but perhaps after I get asleep, I can win it. Ooh, nice. Always lurking. 85 stream streak. Jesus Christ. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you so much for the birthday wish as well. Hey, no worries. Of course. A fantastic birthday wishes for a fantastic friend. And on this day, a clay was born unto the world. Is it true, another Jamie? 85 stream streak. Absolute mad unit. Yes, I appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone. So what we've done today is, well, we've sort of like did it already previously, but we got now these toggles for these links, because this is like a runic circle with nodes, right? And these nodes are linked with these links. So now, today, we got to the point where we can actually put some of these runes in here. I mean, currently, I'm just having a sort of standing sprite from one sprite from a fire animation, and some text. So a power source, a filtration unit, and the projection. Then we open up a link, we click activate circles, we run through it once, and here we see our current the values here, because it's only one power source into filter, so we get an even spread of all the elements, but nothing happens really. Then we activate circle here, and then our final damage output for the air has gone up from 0 to 10, because the air element is going into a bolt. The bolts create the actual attack, and if we mouse over this line, we see Now we have a sort of more uneven spread of power, where air is the dominant one. The idea is to then you eventually have all this like waste magic and sort of generate sort of heat in the system, so we'll have these lines can then burn out, similar to like electrical wires and stationeers and so on. So it's a modern magical crafting engineering system, a bit like Noita, except far more granular and with things being able to break down. And then if you have multiple nodes, then hopefully you can make more complex structures eventually, especially once you get even bigger numbers. But that is once we get there. Another day, Damien. And you have a law 1988, something like that. Sprite. Or two. A fellow of the year, Rabbit Man. One day I'll try to wrap my head around Godot. Yeah, slowly but surely getting there. Yeah, because this is... God dang it, there you go. Yeah, go. The idea is to then see, because you can then make more complex structures and have multiple... sort of, you can even make looping things eventually is the idea, so that you can have like a ongoing shield effect effectively, and so on and so forth. And of course, yeah, these links are open. Activate circle does nothing. All the values are 0 because there's no power, there's no filter, there's nothing. Well, this is what I've been mucking about with for the past few days, and we'll be mucking about with for a couple of days to go. Concept is really coming along. Well, thank you, Claiborne. Slowly but surely, especially once we get back to the point where you can actually have an attack appear on screen. That's gonna help a lot. Right, we recently had a poll for what would be the game of the day, and it was either Void Stranger, Stationeers, or Factorio. And I gotta say, after having a quick taste, I'm feeling Factorio-ish. So I'm gonna push this button. Bip. Hey, here we go. Heckin' perfect. Save all those scenes. And we have our documentation for tomorrow. Closing things left and right. Or, I guess we could do Void Stranger if you guys really feel like it. But yeah, no. Factorio will win again. There. Push the button. Start changing the categories. Notice that we have now too many audios on at the same time, yos. And then of course it went silent. Oh well. I'm gonna let that load. One done. Oh. Go play the game of sleep presently, but I'll be lurking and dreaming. Dream the Factory growth. See you soon. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Claiborne. Thank you for the raid. Really do appreciate it. And I'll be doing my best to entertain your friends. Entertain your lovely audience. And I'm glad all those systems and planning in your brain fall away in a place of nice, relaxing game of Factorio. Exactly. We need to roll your head flat first, and it'll be easier to wrap things around. And now that's a good point there, Osha. You're the snake man myself. Okay, new run. And then I got to make the changes on the YouTube side of as well. So we go stream. There, sorry everyone, takes a while. There you go. There, looks like we got all that set up. Can you go 100 times? Hey there, Perk. Good night, mate. Meows. And a true story, when we were debating, okay, it was much of a debate, who to raid, some fairly nice things were said about you. Oh, very kind. I wouldn't repeat any of them to your face, of course. That would be embarrassing. Oh, well, thank you, Oshag. That was very kind. And I see you, Clay. Perk. Now, I think, yeah, last time we just got here to, we're making some sulfur. Now, to make some sulfuric acid, we need to bring in some iron plates. Now, how much nonsense did we get done last time? We just breached the freaking crude oil here. There's some crude oil stuff being done, water being in, and this is our, like, starter base. Ooh, angry boogers. I'm thinking we're probably going to want then a mining going on here. Bring via train over here, and then we'll have a large sort of smelting happening here from the iron. Though, right now, we're just gonna... Right. Maybe it is time to start designing for the whole main bus kind of situation. Yeah. Train picks up coal. Iron smelting here, so then this will be our iron area. Coal, copper will be then most likely then coming from here. The old bus would go that way. Ooh, and if you're still there, Perk, yeah, I saw you were playing, was it Icarus? How was that one? Seems like an interesting game. And what all could we do? See, we need advanced cracking, so we start more complex. I could start making just some solid fuel from the gas while it's happening. Yeah, I checked it out yesterday. Enjoyed it. Same gas stationaries. Yep, it's true. You can make the Icarus like spacesuit as an alternative basic spacesuit in stationaries. So the difference is, as far as I know, purely cosmetic. So coal, sulfur, and water to make explosives. Battery requires iron and copper and acid, and that's kind of what I want to make. Because I want the electrical production. Sulfur is just water and gas. Coal and gas for plastic. So if we bring in iron and copper plates, yeah, because our beginner factory can kind of feel like I could just, I don't know, sort of leave it. Oh. And we unlock the modules too. That does feel a bit silly having to dig up oxide for oxygen despite being in a lush forested area with fauna. Yeah, that's one of the things that annoyed me, because it's okay to have like your alien fauna, flora and fauna kind of thing happening, but then that game has the whole, well, they're green. So it's very much looks like, you know, what we're dealing here with should be photosynthesis, so why? Alright. At least your plate production is kind of keeping up. We have some engines made. We got some ammo production going on here. I'm gonna need more. Always need more. Now, excess plates should be going here, but there shouldn't be that many directly excess plates. Yeah. Oh. Is it colon gas? And I heard colon gas, and tell you what, I got confused. Well, they might not be that far apart in the end. Factory must grow, powered by farts. Hey, man. The technical term is biogas, okay? I'm hoping to... Now, all of you actually are producing. If I turn this one into a faster splitter, then hopefully it'll make... It'll be useful. Interesting. Now these are all producing pretty well. Wait, are you telling me there's... Oh no, it's goddamn splitter. I'm like, why is this thing slowing down? This guy. Holding us all back. And then this one needs to be faster too. And yeah. Now we need to get some research. Even if we start making the blue ones, which would be really handy. Very good in so many ways. Or the military ones. Flamethrowers would be cool. Landmines, very handy. Landmines aren't that... Ooh. Let's see. I guess blue wins. You can assume that their biological processes involve carbon dioxide and oxygen. We're mining Jenkum. Now, what did we need to make the blue stuff? We need sulfur advanced circuits and engines. And advanced circuits requires plastics and coppers. Oh, gosh. Okay, so we have to now make it like an actual proper... more proper factory, I guess. Now these guys are now producing more cogs again. Okay. Producing so many. Well, having a wall production of crazy amounts of turrets is also a-okay. I guess one of the problems here is that for the battery production... Now, what the hell am I carrying around? What kinds of bullshit? There we go. A little bit of iron ore as well. This guy's just making nice concrete. Heck yeah. Making walls or concrete, pretty much. Hey, okay. We need all of that. What do you mean you ain't got no power? How dare you lie to me like this, my friend? Done coding down the factory. And the Knapsor. Yes. There was the vote, and it was a three-way equal vote with Void Stranger, Factorio, and Stationeers, and I felt like, you know what? I'm feeling like the factory should grow more than anything right now. I know what I need to do. Because I have these bad boys here. And we have the gas. That's 1, 2, 3. No, it won't work. There you go. And I do believe I have a whole bunch of steel on me as well. There we go. There, we can no longer research anything. We're going to make a whole bunch of solid fuel for a while now. Oh, Buffalo Blue saying, I'm always amazed when I zoom out in Factorio and really take in how much is happening at once without my laptop fan even coming on. The Whoop coders are high wizards. Very true. Inspired by example, I reopened my save and returned to trying to realize my everything mall. Ooh, nice one. Another Jamie. I'm just getting like increasingly confused about what the hell am I doing? Why am I here? Who is this? And where is my soup? 5 of those. 5 of these. There we go. Make a whole bunch of red stuff. And You can have all of that. And solar panels. I'm gonna stick them around here. So they're not in my pocket. Because we don't get batteries yet, so they're just there. They can live there for now. I don't think we'll need much in the form of engines. These we'll have to come back for. What do you need? You need rocks. There you go. You can keep on producing sticks. We're gonna need sticks for, you know, power lines and shit anyways, and that's fine. And you there. Have sticks, have steel. And this way I can keep making tracks. Because I love trains. And we're currently just making a little bit of steel to stick in a box. So grab a few of those. And 100 of the turrets and some walls. To keep us in the fight for a little while. Wait, I don't think I have anyone making these. We need one green, one cog, one plate. We got greens, we got plates. And we have a factory here. Make you are manufacturing these. How many do you need per second? 1.87 per second, so a single cog machine will be more than enough. I don't need no fucking cog machine, I got cogs right here. Heck yeah. So you'd go here. Can't wait for batteries and things. Nope. Wrong way. What? There we go. Now, technically, I don't think we want to make... Nah, man, yo, fuck yeah, you go nuts. Yeah, we need to get the sort of bus and things planned out so we can then start getting batteries made so we can then, you know, move into making drones and shit. Now, I'm still thinking that, yeah, if we do mining here, we got copper and iron here, so we could then have our main smelting go down to the south over here. Should work. And there you go. Slowly but surely, scanning is happening. Then we'll have to put down a radar in this corner as well, apparently, because I haven't for whatever reason. There's some uranium here. Slowly but surely these guys are growing, which makes me a little nervous. So we'll have to go and evict some locals around here. Start building a train track over here, because the same train track can then be used to maneuver the copper wherever we're gonna have it eventually. I'm thinking train tracks all the way here, like relatively straight. Then from here, probably on the left side here, go down if necessary to grab onto this here copper field. We got many millions of those, 50 million of those, and 70 million of coals. So once got those tapped in, we're starting to get then increasingly, how to say, locked in. I just got tired of handcrafting the same stuff and fitting everywhere to pick up spares. That's one place where I can go and get some supplies. Some say I'm just putting off dealing with Gleba, and those people are correct. I like the fact that some people got annoyed with Gleba. I think Gleba was an interesting one because it was a more logical puzzle on timing and making sure you have outlets for overpressure production, that kind of stuff. Though Gleba wasn't that stressful for me. I hate the fucking lightning planet. That one was just bullshit, that entire place. There's so little space and you just have to recycle everything through everything. Not a fan of that one. But it all worked out in the end. Oh, yeah. Train track here on the outside, and between these. Alright. So I guess I'll run up here first because we're relatively close. We'll grab ourselves a few of these with whatever's left in the inventory here. I'll slap you down right there. Fulgora is a huge pain until I get some nice oil crossing rail pillars. And finally get some room to build. That is very true, another Jamie. Yeah, once you get those pillars, then it's much better. I think one of my biggest stresses was because the first time I played this, Fulgora was the first planet I went to. And that one, I feel, was a mistake. Because all I really got from there was the recyclers, and they didn't really feel worth the hassle. I wouldn't happen to have any radars on me, would I? No, of course not. That would be two-hand. Oh god, we got way too many normal boring ass inserters. Ooh, iron chest. Heck yeah. In the sense that I ain't gonna do shit with that one. So all your normal inserters, I'll take 2 stacks. So that there you go. Turn them all into something useful, and ooh, more than full stacks of those too. I see. Okay, so before we go, there. Now that should help make sure this thing is slightly more heavily populated. But these guys are producing a rather large amount of these steel plates. Now this game is wonderful and just terrible. In many ways, a little terrible. Because I get so easily distracted by like the smallest thing. Oh, I can't wait for blueprints. Can't wait for robots. Of course, yes, technically we could be recycling old blueprints, but where's the fun in that? No, these are all producing stuff. Bunch of it going there. Oh, all mined out. Oh, the little Stompy is just wanted a hug. Stampy hug. I think Vulcanus is a nice first place to go. Not too different from Novus. Manageable enemies and free ore. That is very true, actually. Vulcanus will most likely be the first place we go because I also want those foundries. They just make life, everything else, so much easier. I like everything about Gleba except managing pentapod eggs. No matter what I do, little bastards keep finding a way to hatch. Yeah. I guess that's the point. I mean, I didn't find that much trouble with them. All right, I did all of that to empty up a little bit of space so we could build the heckin'... I'll make more of them, I guess. Ba-ba-boom. I'm gonna stick you right there. I don't think we're gonna piss those guys off in the near... Okay, you are probably next in line, so we should actually... continue getting distracted. Like I just said, I'll have to make sure I don't get too distracted. Immediately gets distracted. There we go. We've got to, we've got to put some guns down here. And I need them to have infinite ammo as well. God, I can't wait for fucking robots. Oh, Factorio. Space age? Yes, it is. Oofda. The spaciest of ages. God damn it. Oh well. I go. Oh, right. There we go. Hopefully that'll be enough for a wee bit. Now where to put that car? There it is. Let's go drive. Ah, damn it. Hit a heckin' rock. Can't wait for the tank. And then I don't have to be careful about the train. The train has to be careful about me. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Whoop. Oh, there we go. Whole fuck ton of sulfur there, where'd it go? I guess I'll just put these coal in there, I guess. There we go. Do-do-do, I guess we should take care of those. Oh, it's a big one. I won't be needing. Oh, there we go. There we go. Get them doing the wrong little keybind thingy. There we go. I hacked them with lasers and seemed to satisfy them since they don't ask for a second. It's very true. They embrace the warmth. I wouldn't be loved to be hugged at the speed of light, as they say. That's how that works, right? And we're here. God, I can just do this instead of nothing else. That won't be too close. It'll be like that, I think. There you go. And I probably have to get rid of the lower ones, but that's fine. I should have made a box to collect the... Oh, that's fine. Do double walls here, I guess. the basic, what's it called now? The freaking tracks? Transport belts. Seeing if we have a machine already just automatically making those for the science needs. And I've forgotten how dark it can get before you finally, you know, start making proper batteries and unlocking the magic of freaking night vision. Freaking night vision. Ooh, top right. I see it. Real den of bullshittery. There we go. There's one that I haven't really noticed before. There's a wobble 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 sound. That the transport belt makes. Guess I spent too much time all zoomed out. There we go. This way, if nothing else, we can at least start prepping the defenses. Because when this thing gets, you know, properly activated, the locals are gonna, they might be a little bit miffed. They're not a fan of the whole strip mining business. Oh, they're very selfish like that. Those bugs don't understand progress. It's very true. Freaking communists. I'm all out of sticks, you saying? Well, it's tragic. Yeah, we'll have the mine and train station below, so a bunch of those guns might have to go anyway, so well, that's fine. Oh, that's what I get for not looking forward. So used to mucking about with my freaking tank. I guess I should do the check on what kind of research I need for the tank. Is it military? If it's military, I think I can make it happen. There we go. I think it might be military, because I think it's behind, like... No, it's not stronger explosives, but it's somewhere... I'll scroll on down. There we go. Military and blue. Oh, poop. There we go. Sounds full of those, and... I'll just manually collect a whole bunch of these, I guess. Yeah, 200 will be nowhere near enough. But in the meantime, we do... Heck, man, go nuts. Yeah. I'll keep that shit running for a while. Didn't have anyone hanging on to or collecting wires. No, all the wires are going directly here. Ooh, ammo though. There we go. Heck yeah. We have a number of large electric poles as well, which should at least help us out. Ah. Well, that's embarrassing. Let's just quickly fix those. Nice. Ah. There we go. I can hang on there for now. Oh yeah. And sure. There you go. Now these can start getting ready. Boom. Nope, didn't have any small ones left. There we go. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Almost done. There. Now there's ammo for everyone. Then we have a look at building the walls, I guess. Yeah, I should have made... What else did we need to make gates? Well, apparently I have everything on me that I might need. With how everything is placed. There we go. That should keep him shooting for quite a while. So shit gets mined, sent down. And we'll have a... Well, the train track to go. Here. Oh, right. Also, we'll need good old radars. There we go. Yeah, technically, I guess we could have the station here on the side rather than below. Nothing happening here, and this is a nice open space for a factory. So, yeah, let's do that. Enough space to, you know, figure it all out. So let's see, we can start by going in from here. Oh, can't go with that shit, forgot. Now, to proceed, we might need to deal with some locals. Oh. Fine. Well, let's hope we don't get murderized on the way. Heckin' trees. How dare they stand in the way of frickin' progress. This will be an Industrial Railroad, and that path is gonna be freaking picturesque. I say. Trees, they're watching us. They hate the factory. It's true. They do. They're jealous of all the profits that we'll be generating. Freaking trees. Oh, the sneeze. Paradise is a parking lot. Damn, Johnny Mitchell. It's true. I mean, what do you think I'm, like, already mass-producing so much hacking concrete? I know what we need. By Jove, we will have it. We will pave the planet. First with normal concrete, then eventually with super fancy concrete, and then with different colors, so we can have nice color schemes. We're gonna paint this world gray, and it's gonna be heckin' amazing. Let me tell you, heckin' amazing. And it's gonna be even better where I can keep on building and covering the world in concrete once we got robots and shit, because then I can do that even when I'm hecking off planet. I love it. Hearing the sound of the wildlife in the forest. Bless you. Thank you. Never actually caked my factory in concrete. There it speeds up walking. Might try it next. Yeah, it does. I feel so slow. Running on my puny, meaty legs. You know, first time I saw the factory, I saw the weakness of the flesh. And I was disgusted. And the weakness of the grass. Can't forget about that one. Yo, what are we building? Hey there, Wacky Wayfarer. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. I'm current guy has a jetpack and go gadget legs, so he's already pretty zippy. Ooh, man. Then imagine all of that with the extra added power of hacking concrete. Beautiful. So yeah, we're building a factory. We're gonna be building a factory once we just get around to it. Now we need a here is where we'll be mining the coal. We'll be delivering the coal to heading down to here, I think, because we currently are mining operations, and we'll be pumping in iron ore directly as well. So then we can have eventually a train station where we can bring in extra iron ore. So this will be the smelting area for iron. I'll do like multiple stacks, I think, and some of them immediately doubling out into pumping out steel. What are you doing, well, Wacky? So the current run will be pretty much just between these two, because this base here has enough coal for a while, and we can then have a crossing that goes up here. We're going to have one single train going back and forth, because it's just going to bring in the coal, dump the coal, and once we have more production capabilities, then we'll be building more train tracks and having a nice proper more complex construction. Man, I love train worlds. Ooh, now those look uncomfortable. And then the uranium once we eventually start needing it. So, run back down, drive back down, get the stuff we need for the production of the train stations and wagons and stuff. Ooh, they're encroaching on my territory. Good thing I set this thing up so. Once this thing starts mining and polluting, man, they're gonna get so angry. And then they're gonna die. It's gonna be amazing. Doing good yourself? Yeah, gotta get back into this game again. Yeah. I've been playing this in ages. Then I've started doing my sort of game of the day voting. And, well, finally won. And now, well, now I'm addicted again. Caught up in the awkward sort of like winging it and trying to be clever situation. Lol. Yeah. Carrying a lot of wood on us. How about you get... You can hang on to those. We got some stone and coal to dump. I guess we're done mining, but that is unimportant right now. Now, what did we... Yeah, we need the steel plates, I believe, yeah. Now these guys are producing even faster. Stealing all those cookies. Now that should be enough for... at least a little while, I hope. Now to get it started. Now... Yeah. Electricity production needs to go up. And let's build some shit first. In fact, it looks a lot cleaner than mine. Well, thank you. Let's get in there. We got my freaking car. We got the ammo. Very important. Alright. Stay at least kind of focused. Come on, man. Now, what the figure to frack? Well, yeah, ammo. There we go. There we go. Room. Okay, so station. Now that's how they worked. And then they would want this and then 4 stops. There we go. Yeah, looks good. There we go. Close enough. The kind that work. Slap down a locomotive. And you there, my friend, are a coal train. So you get to be black. There we go. And they've been out at the gym for a bit. Happy manufacturing. Well, thank you, another Jamie. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day at the gym. Have a good time, my dude. Okay. Now you are gonna need some kind of fuel. Good thing we stuck a whole bunch of it into here. Oh. No. There we go. I guess for now we can do things a little simpler. And would you look at that? Heckin' perfect. There we go. Now this is then the time for the fun times, isn't it? When you start to figure out how do we combine all these things. But I guess for now, we can just do the simpler version. Also, yeah, I should probably be using the fast ones now, shouldn't I? Well, faster at least. Now these will then require those. And that. Yeah. All right. Would you look at that? She fits pretty perfectly, eh? Now we have a ridiculous amount of mining things ready to go. Alright, so there it is. Oh man, I can't wait for freaking robots. A little closer than I would prefer, but it should still work just fine. Now, powering all of this will be freaking impossible with what we got. So we're probably gonna start with just building these two. And then we'll build more at, later point in time and all that. Hey there, no hypocrisy. No, you can overlap those miners a little. I mean, we can, but then I need more miners. See? Why overlap them when we can, use the smaller amount of miners for a larger amount of, coverage? Overlapping them and so on will be, in my opinion, more sensible once we build more. Once the game progresses, if you will. Then we can do like freaking mega efficient mining where we have them all overlapping like just giant tight clusters. Only means they mine faster. That's very true. But right now we don't need them to mine faster. This is just meant to be mining for a long time and just use the smallest amount of resources I can, essentially. There we go. Now these are mining. I'm guessing... Oh, would you look at that? My production hasn't been overlapped yet. Will be soon. Oh, would you look at that? Poor little thingy. There you go. This entire thing could just keep on doing its thing while we wait. Now what I need, we got those tracks, we got those, we even got some ammo. Ooh, speaking of ammo, I should probably dump a little bit. There. Just make sure there's some extra. There you go. Now some solid fuel. Now we're doing a main bus design where you have a 4 copper and iron belts, 2 steel and blocks belts, and a coal with 2 spaces between for offshoot belts. Then use that to feed line for each production. That's kinda... I don't remember all the details, but that's sort of what I'm going to do, because that's what I've done before, and usually I find that to be the most efficient one. But I can't remember all the details, so I'm sort of like winging it and hoping to, learn as much as possible as I go. Right now, we are making a super simple, just coal delivery system. To over here, where we'll then be having our smelters. So the current track goes there, but this will then probably have to go down here. Oh, keep on smacking into shit. Alright, so we're gonna have this stuff mined. Then it could be, I'm guessing, go down to the right. And train station there. Now these are guys are gonna get really angry at us in not too far in the future. These guys get angry, they'll come and they'll destroy this part because I was dumb and I didn't put these far enough down. I could just continue the thing here when next time we come visit. Until then, first we'll build a wall around here, and also similar to this one, just cover it in heckin' stuff. Man, I miss robots. I love robots. Factory, 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 factory. It is true, Neon. The factory must grow. The trees are the greatest enemy known to man. Ah. I need those transport belts. Good thing I started like capturing them, even though they're these slightly less amazing ones, so... yeah. There. Commit capitalism upon these bugs. Gosh darn it, I will. I mean, that's why we're here, aren't we? The factory must grow because we must deliver unto them the power of democracy. Starship Troopers, Helldivers, all of those, and Factorio. Same universe. It's true. Just look at these bugs. The communists. We gotta stop their evil communistic ways. These ain't workers and resources. This is Factorio. Now, would you look at that? I accidentally got them adequately, acceptably placed. Here's how many radars do you have. Now those don't overlap. And grenades are amazing for clearing path through trees. That's very true. But we gotta get our explosives factory working first. We'll get there eventually. That's what the bugs get for being against freedom. Is very true, Neon. And exactly what they get. And radars, we have a few now. We got 2 there, 1 there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're gonna slap one down here as well. But yeah, once we get power here. Now, yeah. Now we need those transport belts. Coal and iron makes grenades. That is actually true. So they'll probably be hanging out somewhere here. Now the idea is then we'll have the wall go down here. So I like my having these, enclosed. Which means the train station. I'm trying to remember how much space different things might need. So for the, in the name of trying not to make things too tight too early. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So heckin' rocks. Won't be long now. And then we'll have the glories. I mean, yeah, I also shouldn't worry too much about the trains and the placement, because I do also realize we're gonna, rip up all of this in the end, now aren't we? As the factory grows. Oh, man. And there's a single train going through here, so also don't need to worry about it too much. Then we should build a 5x5 grid of radar, and then my walls are just in the side. Another design is build them by map grid. Each grid is a different production. Yeah, no, that is then the end game once we get there. We're still a very early game here, and like I keep on saying, I am also, I haven't played this in a while, so there's a lot of trying to remember what all to do and how to do it kind of things. Yeah, then they just go here, and then we'll have coal, iron, big smelty. And power would be... So I do have my old blueprint somewhere, most likely, but I don't want to use my old blueprint for this. Not if I don't have to. Because I enjoy the early game in this and many other games. It is fun to, try to figure it out all on your own again. It's a different thing if I was trying to do some kind of challenge run or something. Then I'd probably use existing blueprints to make some more things I already know are efficient and work. But for now, I'm happy to just, rediscover the wonders of Factorio. So there's gonna be grids, there's gonna be so many walls, there's gonna be so many guns, and there's gonna be bullets everywhere, there's gonna be flamers filled with raw fucking fuel. How far have you gotten in the space age run before? I've gotten to the ice planet, so the second to last one. And then I started streaming. And then I started I'm gonna start a new Factorio run. And I got the Lazy Bastard achievements. But that was then, it's a while ago. Gleba should be interesting to watch. I love how everyone has attitude against Gleba. I liked Gleba. it was a fun and like relatively simple puzzle. I think I spent like the smallest amount of time on Gleba, but then again, my very first planet was Fulgora, and that made me just hate Fulgora with a passion. Like, fuck that place. And that's what this one time, I think the first thing we're gonna do is go to Vulcanus. You know, why not Volcanus, if we can. Okay, we're gonna just protect this little nubbin here, because the beasties will be heading up in, you know, the not too distant future. Okay, I can grab some of those, and stop that one now. That'll keep us going. What the fuck, the miners coming in there? Noise. Noise. Ooh, Zanus. Volk Zanus. No, it's like Vulcans, but Volcanus. So I guess kind of Spock Zanus, isn't that? So? Can't be that close. There you go. I love Fulgora, you're a madman. Oh no, Gleba's horrifying nightmare, love Fulgora. Oh man, well, I mean, then again, I think how your experience of the planets very much depends on what was the first planet you visited. For me, the very first one was Fulgora, and because it works so differently from anything else, I think that was one of the reasons why it ended up being, for me, such a, well, a pain. You know, the freaking stone and coal. Oh, I'm just gonna dump those quickly off here. I went to Fulgora, stranded myself on it, and fell fully in love with the whole setup. It was awesome. Yeah. You know, once you come back to Gleba, I mean, Fulgora, and you have, you know, all the tools you need to, you know, actually thrive there, it's not so bad. But the first time I went there, I was like not expecting it, and I was like, it was limited space. It was just a pain. Then again, maybe I also had bad map generation, which just made it, because I had all the tiny islands, are very difficult to build anywhere. It was just, well, for me, personally, a rather annoying mess. Ah, see, they're already coming. See, I didn't even finish building all the things. Oof. Yeah. But Vulcanus is nice and easy in my opinion. It's a very chill place. It's just more like, you know, it just takes time maybe. More than anything to like just get, you know, the stuff you might want to get done on like on Vulcanus. But the planet itself was nice and chill that way. It's more like, you know, just gotta expand and then eventually figure out how to deal with the worms. But the worms don't really mess with you unless you mess with them, so that's nice compared to, you know, many of the other local wildlife. Will very much take the initiative in messing. There you go. Actually, we can upgrade these to slightly more powerful ones, because this is where the angry ones will come. And we do have a couple of these Pixie Boys left. It's a train world. Yeah, but do you see, this is my train world. I made a train map, and then I had to re-enable the whole enemy evolution and difficulty things. Malkin is just kind of boring-ish. Fulgora put the whole game on his head. You had to like think about stuff in reverse. There's so much dopamine. No, I see that. Yeah. I see that, and I see the appeal. I guess for me it was because Vulcanus gave me sort of time to think, and then ran out of space, and then like just. Because I think I came to Vulcanus later after I did something else, and then when he got access to the freaking and those foundries, there's like supercharged everything else. I can't wait for robots. I don't know if I should start paving now or if we wait for robots, because it's just so rewarding to like send out your giant fleet of freaking robots to like just pave the world in concrete. Show those silly bugs who's boss. Alright. Now that should keep these guys and their sporadic things slightly in control. No one should be coming in from this side. Any attack from here will mostly be hasting going this way. And that is dealt with. They'll go here. Ooh. And you are coal pickup. It would be nice to give them all fancy names, but I do remember how this works. And this is coal drop off. And then we get more complex trains. Then we can just build a new coal pickup, and it will automatically find. No trains on the way to this. Oh. Yeah. Oh well. I love the trains. Sorry, contractor to pave. Yeah, Sir Byron, that is the way. Robots, they're the contractor. You just see them, the swarm, it grows, leaving the beautiful, smooth concrete everywhere. Gotta fucking love it. What do we need to make these guys? We need steel and stone bricks. Can't remember what all you needed stone furnaces for, but I do believe we wanted to make something with them eventually. Well, you can start crafting those while I have a look-see here. With the miners, we got these. We need ammo. We can bring some with us. Hey, yeah, we'll take your job, Factorio. Probably would. That'd be just amazingly sad, wouldn't it? You must learn to tame the worm, young Atreides. Hey, I like the reference. Fulgora has everything, though, and if you can, try to expand your radar render view early, meaning small bases for a while. Oh, yes, definitely. I kind of want to see AI play Factorio. I think it would be boring because AI would look up guides for how to play and how to build the super optimal setup, and it would just copy paste everything, which is usually how you end up then playing in the end. But at least I want to make my own designs, then copy paste everything, pave the world. Whereas the AI would just go like, well, this is the famous streamer who mostly does, the YouTube, the freaking Factorio content. These are their examples of how to build a pave the world, and then just immediately go for that one. Because I think there's a strong argument for that. There is in fact a sort of optimal way to play, depending, of course. Oh, no, you don't. At least, from a math point of view. Dumping all that wood on the ground as well. I think we're gonna have to then also. Yeah, it's fine. Machine learning style, not LLM style. Yeah, but also with machine learning, yeah, because there is, there's a lot of math involved in the end, and you can then, how to build the perfect grid. Sounds like a very mathy thing to do, isn't it? Screw optimization, I play how I want. That's very too wacky. That's the way to do it. Only focus on optimization if that is something you personally really want to do and, enjoy. Otherwise, yeah, man. Always. You gotta play it your way. Maybe I would slop it until learns maybe like 100 pipe production, then 10 iron smelting would be crazy to see you learn multiplayer. Learn about multiplayer. I mean, it could be really like fascinating. I am just very pessimistic about many of the sort of modern implementations, as many of you have probably noticed by now. I'm more like, for advancements in AI in that way. Heckin' trees. Oh, yeah. Well, why not? Do-do-do. Oh, Control C. Bum. Where's them roads? There it is. Whoop. Yeah, that part's gonna be a bit tricky. Oh, we'll get there. Nice. Could be its bare base destroyed by the first biter wave 100,000 times until it learns what turrets are. Could be. Sloppy then learns maybe, but there is an in-game map creation setting for a world with fast-growing, dense trees. That's when the trees are the real enemy. Just that fire through them and watch the world burn. Densely populated trees. Ooh, that does sound like an uncomfortably wound time in a way. I'm not opposed to, you know, a Factorio green hell map. That does sound like a really weird and fun challenge in a lot of ways. I think what I built there is actually stupid. There we go. Now we need to get these guys to kind of flow. Oh yeah, come on. Where's that turret? There it is. Oh yeah. Of course, though, with fire comes the biters. From far and wide, so yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah. I've never done a death world, but then again, I like the biters as a challenge, like, but to a point. There's always that point where, you know, it becomes then just starts becoming tedious. Well, that's true with all games and all challenges, really. Okay, so now they're all pretty much kind of linked. And yeah, we can still do some cutting here. There we go. There you go. Now I'm certain all this would be even cooler if we actually had freaking robots to build it for us. Well, that's what we're working toward. The power of true automation. I have nothing else, we're gonna get all of these. Like, mostly armed. Oh, no, you don't. There you go. Boom. There we go. Now there's power. Now soon they will all have ammo. If we leave some of these trees for a little while, at least it'll help to mitigate some of the pollution for a little while. There we go. Good. There. Now where's the rightmost node? I think it is this one. Oh, yeah. The games I definitely want to go back to promptly. Factorio is definitely one of those. Yep. I know the feel. That's why I'm here. I should be fine with this one. There we go. There we go. Yep. Now we need more power production. In a slow and steady fashion. And all your output should be mixed. There we go. And we'll have a look-see here. Ooh, I need green circuits. Neat. My brain was fired and I heard all those miners are the sound of rain on the windows. Exactly, that's beautiful. The sound of efficiency. Production. I'm gonna move this here. Shows a combat nude. Here. Any ammo left in the box? No. That's fine. Gonna jump in the car anyway. We're gonna need more walls? There being some in the car, actually. There was. Hey, up. Hacking trees. Now it's going to build sort of what we can. Oh, that was the plan, but now it's all about fuck the trees. It looks like there's one red dot there on the left. I'm assuming it's like one lone worm. I'll probably leave it there. So I don't think the worm itself can sort of evolve much, but it should also then stop new bases from like spawning around it, if I remember correctly how this nonsense works. There we go. Now we need to get the train running. And we need to get the... How much? Yeah, we got some space. Can I... 1, 2... Like 4 of those. We can ramp up our power production. Now what do I need? Iron gear wheels and pipes and stuff. Oh, right. Ooh. And then we just plates, I guess. It's 2 per, so if we do 1, 2, that's 10. And a 5th one. Now, I only have steel boxes, but that's fine. I'm using iron for these, but you know, yeah. Where is the thingamabobooby? There it is. There we go. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. See, the power production is going. Just dandy. Now, why are these so far away from each other? What the hell is this? Mistakes, that's what it is. Here. More coal production. And rocks. I'm also gonna need some more rocks. There you go. There you go. Make some more train rails. Whenever you think you have enough, you're wrong. And a whole bunch of wood we need to get rid of. Well, they're slowly filling up, so that's okay. Nice. Nice. Now, why am I here? I don't need you right now. We have a whole bunch of those. Oh. There you go. Works for me. And to make these, we need greens, plates, and regular inserters, which, well, what do you know? We have a whole bunch of them right here. So we could add a producer here. Yeah, the bulk ones also wants the fast ones, so that's okay. Now, then the long grabby can grab the greens. The normal grabby can grab the inserters from here. And you can go there. There you go. These guys are slowly but surely making more of these. Green science is getting filled up in this chest in ridiculous amounts. Red science is... Well, the production is straight up stopped. Wait, was it the bulk? Yeah, we need plastic. We don't have any plastic. Okay, so that'll have to wait. It's fine. It's fine. One of the things I'll be needing is taking more ammo, so just do whomp. Max out ammo content. We have a whole bunch of shitty transport belts. We need more... Oh, we have a bunch of furnaces. It'll get us somewhere. We have... Too much wood. Throw away that wood. There's never too many guns. So we ain't touching that. Okay, yeah. Run up to the car. See if we can give it a quick fix. Visit the coal area and see if we can get that train to behave. Hello there, friend. Add station. Coal pickup. Coal drop off. Add weight connection. Full. Empty. Yeah. Freaking amazing. There's a lot of work that needs to be done here still, and that's okay. It kind of works. And we can expand on that and give it better, belts and all that shit. It's going to be heckin' grand. Eventually, as it also starts working. I'm now going to zoom away in our nice little car. It's all fine. I was wondering, like, wait, how do we, by the way, change the colors and stuff? And you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, man. Once we get all these replaced with taking bulk inserters, it's going to be even better. Such better, much good, yo. And for these, we need all the green circuits, but we used them all. One order of spelt spaghetti coming up. It's very true, fluffy buttocks. Exactly what it is. The spaghetti. It is real. Oh, jumped in the train. Accidentally donut into train. And then the classic murder of so many, Factorio engineers. The humble train. The train doesn't care. The train must go. Is it bugs? Is it the engineer? The train does not care. All will fall under its horrifying might. Right. Electronic circuits for that as well. So apparently we need a whole bunch of green electronic circuits. Far more than I knew. It's a rite of passage. Trains. Rite of passage. The train's right. Turn you into meaty giblets. We have to run back down, and it feels so slow to run around. I'm glad I had that car. The map, it looks so, the distances look so small. Wow. But we'll get there. You. There we go. Damn, a train is an achievement. I do believe that is literally true as well. Alright. They're doing their best. There we go. Wait, how many is that? Okay, let's do the basic, the smaller ones. There we go. There we go, and now you go. Here. Coal comes out. God dang you, bastard. Okay. Nothing having a damage bar was mildly annoying. Okay, so now I'm gonna make a choice. So we could have fine. So one belt of coal goes there. And then another. Oh, right. We're gonna do a... See if I can figure out... If I can remember how to do like a basic balancer. Wasn't that it? Pretty much. Now see, that one gets split between these two. This one gets split between these two, and this one gets split between these. Actually, like most basic sort of rudimentary balancer system. There we go. Yeah. Might not be perfect, but it's good enough. At least for our current needs. There you go. And this way, I was hoping to use, well, a bunch of those. So this half would be for... There. So basically balance the load while splitting it up. That's smart. Yeah. It's a lot of coal. Well, to begin with, I mean, this is like just one basic coal input for the smelting project. So then we'll have... like that kind of idea. Now, with one of these, once it has these two inside, you produce about 0.62 per second. You can transport 30. Which means 10 of these would be 6. So we could do 50. Into one red. Which means we'd have... How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10. 20. Oh, 15. 10. 15. 20. 25. I remember your previous one, and you go through the same amount of iron ore. But yeah, so this input will also then have to be red. Remember to leave space for belt shenanigans when building. Yep. Well, these are just making plates. Then we'll make another one for the other output, which will be then dealing with making steel. The belt shenanigans won't be too big of an issue, I hope. Of course, we'll have to check with... Yeah, the power should be fine, because while the middle here will be just filled with these, because this one has enough reach to reach those inserters. The inside needs to be completely covered on account of the whole, sheer amount of inserters on the inside there. Oh. Yep, they are fully covered there to say okay. There we go. It's crazy how you need so much more copper now. Then it's steel production. I mean, yeah. There's no proxy on the YouTube side. Yeah, I don't need that much copper right now, but yeah, the production needs of the needs of industry will grow now and forevermore. Yeah, you'll have your longer on the lower side, so it's the other way around. There we go. Bam, 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 bam. Need minimum of 3 more. Needs more stone bricks. We should have a bunch, hopefully. I haven't turned them all into concrete and other things. It's not just yet. Then we'll need a similar system, but with more steps for the whole steel production. Oh, guess we're running back. Need a whole bunch more of those long inserters. The long insert. Oh, there we go. Wiggly wiggly. Wiggling along like Donkey Kong. Oh, Diddy Kong, I guess. Bum, 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 bum. Now, right, these guys. What do I need for the inserter? Iron hacking plates. Couple of hundred of those. There you go. Unlurk, hey! Hi there, another Jamie. That's a nice smelting setup. I usually do a split single belt and plan for electric smelters. Well, smelter lines in a row. 6 iron, 4 copper, and 2 brick and steel lines. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what we'll end up doing eventually anyway. But I just, because we're doing coal now, so I just felt like let's do let's go heavy into coal, eh? No, getting errors. There we go. Got a whole bunch of inserters and other things. All kind of cool things happening. Small bits of wood we're going to chuck in here. Now we get hopefully enough smelters to get that thing that we're working on working. I was raised for the electric smelters. I hate feeding coal into things. Yeah. We'll see what all we end up doing ourselves. Now, for to produce these, we need, the iron gears. Now they're all gone. You're there doing your best, kinda. Carrying a whole bunch of shit with me that I'm pretty sure don't need. That's okay. Oh, yeah. It's more of a pollution control for me. Yeah. I mean, same here as well. You know, when I like the electric smelters, and I'm because then you can get your modules into them and everything. Fantastic. Right now, I'm just, like I said, winging it. If there's nothing else, then we can always replace that one coal line with also another, like, iron line. And then if we replace the coal smelters with the forges with, yep. Where's the thing? With electric ones. Of course, there would be the problem of then not really being able to reach and all, but you know, that's... No, I think they're bigger, aren't they? The electric ones as well. Okay, where's the halfway here? 1, 2. So it's 25, right? Do we have here? Half that would be 12.5. Or 13, but I can't really get that shit to fit the way I would like it to. We'll do it like this. Wait, no, that's wrong. My bad. What we do is that. Because that way this entire production then switches to the on the inside of the line here, and then warp. And here. I don't know if we'll need that. But okay, then we got iron coming in. Plates. Now we could of course then move a lot more of this, you know, elsewhere. Yeah, so then we could do... Technically, one of these lines could then just directly go into another set of furnaces here with the coal coming out from here and make steel. Because we could have, you know, coal coming here. And then the steel going down. Though I guess we do another way around, but we might be better. Oh, thank you, Adamash, for that follow. I do appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful day, friend. You can put the steel and coal on the same belt. I mean, we could, but I want the steel to then, you know, come out and be all nice. So that way, slowly but surely, we have some, at least some kind of steel production. You know, better than nothing. And then we pull this straight to the side. And I guess all the way here at the end, we'll have to then pull part of it down. So here, so we can start making the, well, the acid and shit. Then we got some copper here we could pull down with, from those. We'll bring this by train, go up on the outside. We'll have to build a second train track, which we should have done already, but for now it works. Oh, look at them goobers. Instantly dead. Just the way God intended it. Oh, speaking of goobers. There you are. I'll put you there for now. We're going to want some radar coverage. There we go. So, one radar there, and yeah, we'll figure it out. Well, I guess I should. Start with these. We pretty much have the plastic go like in reverse, possibly. Well, we'll find out when we get there. Pretty close. Now we can bring some of that, yeah, get it like that way, and then we can bring it down here and make some acid. And Well, it's right up there, right? So we'd probably do a line from here down. Or we pump oil from here up and have like plastic production, because that one uses the oil and the coal. Well, that could happen here. But for a preliminary plastic production, and we pump it into places. Yep. You got me convinced, chat. Let's do it. All right. Next, we need we need plastic for all kind of stuff. And if we have iron and coal close to each other, which we do as well, we can then make grenades. And yeah, well, like I said, we'll find out when we get there, kind of thing. You. Wait, no. That's... There we go. Won't be too long until we get into like proper oil cracking and shit, and then we can have a closer look at what do we do and don't need to have here for the oil production. Okay. Yeah, all part of that same pipeline. So we bring that pipeline. Further up. I should probably double check. Yeah, coal and petroleum gas. So either we bring the coal down, make the coal flow along here as well. Yeah, I need more steel plates for the other guy. There we go. There we go. Making that petroleum gas. Which will then link. And one of you produces 9 per second. You consume 20. It's 1, 2. Why could you get 3? Oh, we're gonna need more pipes and shit. Nah, I'll just leave that as a... Oh no! Lies. No damage that I can see. None at all. Okay then, so if we then instead ran down here and have a closer look-see at this guy. For the battery, we need the sulfuric acid. For explosives, we need sulfur and coal. For... Yep, iron plates and iron and copper plates and acid. You produce 50 per second, at least in theory. Consume 5. Ah. So we could have like 10 of these. One. 8. 9, 10. Yep. 10 of those. I'll make in batteries. So now we'll need a similar line, but of copper. Two. If that would be the iron, that would have a steel. Theoretical copper. Oh yeah. Fuck you, tree. Ain't nobody got time for you. Four, five, six. There we go. Big old piece of giant production. All kinds of shit, including, but not limited to, the magical steel. There you go. Now, I want a copper smelting to happen here as well. It would have to be happening here on the right side. Now, look at here, making grenades, we require coal and iron plate. Now, in order to make military science, we need grenades and piercing magazines. Piercing requires copper plates, steel, and firearms. So we don't have the copper yet. But we can get there. Now we got two copper coals going here. And then we would have some coal coming down here. We could probably like snag some from the steel line, at least at this point, because, you know, we're just not making that much steel now, are we? Now this would then feed into there we go. Coal. I mean, the freaking copper, man, I can't. Words, I've spoken them once, trust me, bro. I've seen them. I know words exist. We don't have any walls on us, which is less than ideal. There we go. Mild increase, so there's a fuck ton of coal there. Just waiting and eating good. Now, part of me is very much tempted to actually grab this one rather than that one because of... I'm not just dumb. Let's go have a look at our car. And then make sure that we can, you know, put some walls in it or something. Heckin' rocks. There you go. Make a bunch of those. Now, we came here for, yeah, walls. We'll probably also first look in the car, make sure there's space. And or make that space just in general happen. Carrying around heckin' burner inserters. Less than ideal, I'd say. Less than ideal. Gonna grab a whole bunch of bricks. A bunch of those. Okay, on that front. Here, have some wood. Burner inserter. Stone furnace. Dump the engines too. Now. Yeah, wolves were up there, not down here, man. That's okay. More ammo was also required. And probably at least one more stack of guns. We'll need copper for kinds of shit. There you are. Now into the steel box. There we go. Connecting walls. Let's go deal with the copper situation first. The walls around it, miners all over the place. Nice. Well, hello there, Steger. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. down some of these horrible, horrible, evil and terrible trees. Dreadful thing. There you go. Oh, that was going to be in the way no matter what. There you go. Now... Alright. Trees, gross. Put in a power plant. Maybe some heavy industry. Gonna put in some fucking strip miners. That's what I am gonna do. Strip those mines. All the way. Oh yeah. There we go. There you go. Here we'd have to find out where's the... Okay, looks like that would be the case. Oh, yeah. I'm okay with that. Slightly heavier armaments up north, but there is a whole bunch of beasties that most likely will be trying to, do some unwelcome visits through there. Now you're talking. Oh, heck yeah. Ba-dum-bum, ba-bum-bum. Hmm. And I go and get that car back from here. Hmm. Making trees trying to be in the way. Yeah, the grabbers pull ammo out of other guns or only off the conveyor. They can also pull it out of other guns, which is a very important thing to remember when you build then your orbital platforms, because then you can sort of daisy chain guns rather than being forced to, you know, get a sort of viable belt connection to all of them. Which now that I said that, I'm realizing, well, I should probably have tried to do that here now, shouldn't I? And oh no, I need steel plates and copper wires, which neither of those live here. Ah, we do have copper plates though. I thought so, but wasn't sure. Yeah. And there, as I'm looking at those guns, I also realized, man, I could have just, well, shit's gonna get way more intense eventually, so I guess we'll just, you know, prepare for that, I guess. I'm getting power all the way here. I kind of feel like... Alright, fine. Look directly to the side from here. There we go. Yeah, my strange compulsion in trying to make shit sort of as straight as possible. There we go. Now we'll probably end up making the design when it's as the enemies evolve and the threat grows. Yeah, thank you, Trupp and Panda, for that follow. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. But yeah, once there's the threat grows, then we could probably also do some daisy-chained guns instead of having the belt. We completely forgot so far. No worry, it happens. So now we have a nice spinning belt of death for our friendly neighbors. Oh yeah. See, seeing as I have the belt for it. We might as well cover the entire patch already. Normally I would put this one here. Gonna have to do some shenanigans here, I think. Alright. Yeah. Now that part is covered. This one's gonna be awkward to fill. On account of, choices I've made. Making trees. Alright, now got it all. You could still move the walls and defense a bit further out to build the miners completely even. I could, but it's too late now. It's done. Because I was sort of inspired by the chaos that I had created. So that, you know what? Let's embrace it. Embrace the madness. Ooh, ran out of belt. Well, there should be way more back in the car. Hey there, Pythos. How you doing? Comes too far. It's very true. Embrace the spaghetti. It is delicious. Oh. Spaghetti. One spaghetti to rule them all. And in the darkness behind them. The factory is growing as it is, Knapsar. In all kinds of directions. Not many of them making too much sense, but all kinds of directions indeed. Not up. Well, that is very true. I mean, not yet, but soon. All the way up into space. Up to other planets. There we go. Now. Well, there's angry locals somewhere. Well, there was. Not anymore. They've discovered my ballistic defenses, and they have found themselves wanting. There you go. Oh no. There. Doing good. Waking up right now. Ooh. Well, I hope you end up having a lovely and pleasant morning indeed, my friend. Now, with this continuing down here, I kind of feel like, what if we actually did put out even more guns? That could be a good idea. Heckin' rocks, get the fuck out of my way. Building beautiful ballistic infrastructure. Far grander than you can possibly imagine. So much boom. Boom. More guns? Yes. More guns. Ooh, I might as well use fast spitters, I guess. And we have 20 of those. Sure. Ah, you gotta move though. Or not, it'll be fine. Ran out of frickin' conveyor belts. There. Off to find more on the conveyor load. There they are. There you go. Go nuts, machine. Go nuts. These nuts. So the base patch area keeps on doing its thing. And our sort of quote unquote and more advanced areas will soon grow. I'll go fit one more train track there, so it'll be fine. No need to worry about it too much just yet, at least. And let's see here. I guess I might want it. Oh, that'll do. Nothing else should be enough to get us started. Two belts, rich with ore. Hey, cool, rock. There. And we have coal coming in from here. And we'll have copper ore and copper ore. I mean, technically we could probably want a copy of that one. Can't quite afford it right immediately. But yeah, let's do 25 on one side, then we'll do the other. So do 40. There we go. Heck yeah. And Come on. Nice. That was in fact enough. And then look at them go. There we go. There you are. Hmm. Oh yeah. I saw the kind of bus. At least master the first one. We'll see how it all grows from here eventually. Needs more furnaces though. Hello, keep your bus line 2 blocks apart for better accessibility. Well, thank you, you got a good point. I was thinking about moving the iron line further down. Keep the copper up here. Which means that would also be probably copper by the end. We would have these two empty then. Like iron. Well, the old iron plate line can hang up there until it gets, spent. Which shouldn't take too long. At least one would hope so. I really like forward plan the bosses that well. I always end up, just winging it to, some level. Until then I have something that it works a little bit better, and then I can just copy paste that one further along as we get there. I guess that would be for steel. At least for now. We'll see how it all grows in the end. So these will be copper in the end. Now, you want copper and steel plates. We can combine them onto a single input. And do I want the battery output to go up? Nah. We can make them go down here as well. There we go. There you go. There we go. Excellent. Now, wanted battery so we can make things. Right. Well, for now, we put them in a box. Keep them all nice and safe. Get rid of some of these rocks. There we go. Rid of that coal. I have a couple of thingamabobs. Now I'm here for... honestly, something I can't exactly remember, but that'll be fine. There's some ore we can dump in places. Here's some ammo we can grab. Then we have a decent amount of belts on our ass. And right, so Iron and copper for these. Ah, yes, and the plastic for the advanced circuit. And for the plastic, we want coal. So the question, yeah, do we want a sort of plastic production here next to this coal mine? And then we'll bring it all the way here. Or do we take one of the coal belts and feed that into a plastic production here? And just do a bunch of pipes. Ooh. Need to put a radar up there as well. Alright, first we need to go dump the iron we picked up, because we want to turn that into concrete. I like concrete. There you go. Go nuts. And then we need to... Yeah, no, go up, but run back down. So we need those pipes. Which we have in a chest down here. There you go. Concrete indeed, Knapsar. Concrete indeed. Not even my fucking car all the way up there. Okay. Today, during lunch, I pondered reusing old fuel for the advanced furnace in stationeers and realized that it was probably a pretty good idea. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do with the advanced furnace. Like I said, the output pipe, you know, all the waste gas, because it is incredibly hot, I put it into an insulated tank. And then usually when I smelt things, that remains at like above 1000 Kelvin. So I just pump that into the inputs rather than putting actual fuel in. So I only use fuel to sort of reheat essentially the waste gas I'm pumping through there all the time. Because every smelting will, you know, bring down the temperature a little bit.
Pop Nemo Sonoff 10 needs some TP.
That is very true, actually. Which means... Yeah, shit, we ain't got no steel or nothing. We got this pumped up here. We remove those. Then we... do an awkward U shape here. That'd be the best idea. And so we bring this tube from here over here. We dismantle that shit. And we bring this over here. Then we can have a plastic production happening here or something. Try to store this area for the whole smelting needs. And this guy here will be then going into the good old plastic production. At least for now. So if you're not in potato, won't be too long and then it is time to empty the doggos. But I gotta get this sort of vaguely done so I can sort of remember what the heck I was doing. I like the auto-placing logic, you know. Love it, because it just works, you know. An awkward dark spot here in the middle, so let's see if we can put down a radar here. Well, here would be good, I guess. That'll work. Bonk. There we go. Pipeline's overextended. Very tragic. Oh man. Alright. Hopefully that'll be enough. And we're not working okay, but that's why we have emergency tanks in between. So our production of all that shit is okay. So we need the steel and the engines. Good thing we have both, so we can make a couple of pumps. And just slap the pump in there in the middle to make sure the pipeline keeps on pumping. And then the other end will be dismantled. Shouldn't take too long, yes. Yes. The factory grows. Delicious. Wonderful. There we go. Take care of that whole overextended nonsense. No more of that. Heckin'. Now, how much plastic can a plastic machine output? Is one important question. There were 23 of these chemical plants. And our early system here will be just producing the sort of necessary gas, pumping it down. Per second. 30 per second. So we can do 15 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe. Yeah. Put it here so we have enough space. Well, that's 16 instead of the 15. Well, thanks for me. I must engage the lurks. And thanks for the stream, Unknown. Catch you next time. Thanks for hanging out, Mine Cozy. That's okay. Because I need to do the same. Just do a sort of quick visual aid, if nothing else. There we go. Yeah. Then we got the plastic production. Save as handle times. Most paranoid. Because exit just takes you out of here. So, let's see who's out and who's about and where do we raid. I've had a blast with all of you lovely people. Thank you for all the help, all the advice. Now let's see, where do we raid? And let's see. What are people up to today? Everyone's playing Half Sword, understandably. It seems like a super fun game. Z-Malf. Playing Menace. Sure, and they just started. Perfect. Thank you also, Oshug. Menace Early Access. Sounds amazing. And that's sort of like top-down space control stuff. No, you! Says Knapsor. And I say the stream ends. And where's that music button? Then yes, I'll send you all over to Z-Mouth. So, thank you everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. It's been super fun. I'm glad you guys allowed me to play some more of Factorio, and I'm looking forward to returning and seeing the factory grow. I'll be seeing you all tomorrow. Yeah, we could probably do the game dev. I'm considering I should take at least one day a week of just, how about we just like focus on gaming? We'll see. But hopefully I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Thank you, Oshug. Thank you, Napsor, Mine Cozy, Sankira, Python, everyone else. I hope you have a good time. So, until next time, my friends, stay awesome. Ta-ta.